help desk are all work for the Office of Admissions at the University of Texas at Austin. Rebecca's here, and there may be others that either come in or watch us online.
I'm Todd Fields, Registrar Director of Admissions at Collin College, or Collin County Community College, as people know us, over the continuing education registration along with the credit as well. So,
Candace Appleton-Kuntz for Texas Christian University. My role there is the Director of Analytics and Information Technology, and I am here to represent the private colleges.
I'm Michelle Walker. I'm the Senior Associate Director of Admissions at Texas A&M. I oversee all the admissions processing as well as serve as the main Associate Director for the undergraduate processing.
My name is Nidia Hassan. I'm the Director of Admissions at Tyler Junior College, and I'm currently overseeing all the international applications.
Rebecca Kinchie, Senior Software Developer Analyst at UT Applied Texas Technical Team. Sorry.
Melinda Carroll, Director of Admissions and Registrar for North Central Texas College, and I'm over the application processing, registration, and then also do the state reporting for the institution.
Jamie Hansard with Texas Tech University, and I'm Director of Recruitment and Marketing and oversee all of the undergraduate recruitment and marketing efforts.
Melissa Gallion from Lamar University, and I'm Director of Admission, and I oversee all admissions processing, undergraduate, graduate, international, and even contracted by LIT to do some two-year processing also.
I'm Joy Frazier with the University of Texas at Arlington. I'm the Associate Director of Admissions, and I mainly oversee the processing of domestic applications, both freshmen and transfer.
Good morning, Rebecca Lothringer, Executive Director of Admissions at the University of North Texas. I oversee undergraduate admissions processing for domestic and international students and all of the undergraduate recruiting.
Nicole Mancone, District Director of Admissions and Records at Tarrant County College, and I oversee admissions processing for the district, international admissions, VA records, and transcript evaluation.
Okay.
We have one committee member with us online, Janeth Usery. She is Executive Director for Admission at Texas State Technical College, and we're pleased to have her online. Hello? Janeth,
Hello?
are you there?
She's muted. Yes.
Oh, she is muted. Okay, welcome.
Great. Dr. Booker, would you introduce yourself?
Janelle Booker, who's just
Thank you. And another arrival, Connie, would you introduce yourself?
Connie Garrick, Lone Star College, and I'm the Registrar and System Director for Records.
Okay, thank you all, and welcome again to our first meeting for 2015-2016. And one quick announcement: if you are joining us for lunch today, if you don't mind filling out the envelope or filling up the envelope with the $9 that's required, and please give that to Raul as soon as possible. Thank you. And he's seated at the back. Okay. And so our first order of business for this new year is to select a two-year institution co-chair for 2015-2016 academic year. So at this time, I would like to entertain nominations for that position, and also if anyone is interested in nominating, if you're interested in nominating yourself, that is great as well. So do I hear any nominations for the co-chair position? And if I might just say very quickly, it's really been an honor, and it really is a distinct pleasure to serve as the co-chair of this wonderful committee that does such outstanding work. So I highly encourage anybody who is interested to either nominate yourself or ask one of your colleagues to nominate you. Melissa?
I'd like to nominate Melinda Carroll from North Central Texas Community College.
Okay. Melinda, do you accept at least the nomination?
I accept the nomination. If there's any others, that's good too for me.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Melinda, would you like to share just a little bit of your experience on Apply Texas?
Prior to this year, was renominated by our president to serve on the committee for another term. Prior to the last 3 years I was on the committee, but prior to that, whenever I was at North Central Texas College previous, because I was at the University of North Texas, I actually served on the committee. I can't recall how many years on the committee, but it was prior to that time. So it's a good committee. I think we do very good work. So it's a pleasure being on the committee again. So thank you.
And the reason I had asked her to do that is because Melinda has served on Apply Texas for many years and been nominated several times by her president. And so she also has done some outstanding work with the committee as well. So at this time, if there are no other nominations for the 2-year committee co-chair, then I would like to take a vote. I'm pretty sure we need to do that for the minutes. So all in favor of Melinda Carroll serving as our co-chair 2-year representative, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, Melinda, you are now the co-chair of Apply Texas Advisory Committee representing 2-year universities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are also going to go down to the next order of business, which is the review and adoption of minutes for the April 28th, 2015 meeting. So for those of you who did attend that meeting, if you'll please take a few moments now to review those minutes. We did send them out. Jane did send them out electronically, so hopefully you had a chance to review those prior to coming to the meeting as well.
I would like to mention that we did receive some suggested changes or corrections from Candace, and we appreciate her meticulous reading of the minutes. And those were incorporated in the version that you have. So hopefully they are now complete.
Does anyone have any updates or corrections to the minutes? Have you had enough time to review the minutes? Right. Hearing no updates or corrections to the minutes, may I please have someone move to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes.
Michelle Walker has moved to approve the minutes. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Okay. Connie?
Second.
Connie Garrett has second the approval of the minutes. So all in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, minutes approved as submitted. Okay, great. At this time, we are going to have a change in the meeting agenda, and we would like to ask Dr. Jarrell Booker to present on the overview of state's new strategic plan for higher education, the 60 by 30 Texas. Dr. Booker has other obligations this afternoon, and so we'd like to invite him to address us at this time.
Can y'all hear me okay? So we have a new state plan for higher education. Many of you may have already heard it or followed it or had a presentation on it. I'm going to give it to you directly as I was told in my PowerPoint presentation. I'm usually off the cuff and try to make it exciting. This will not be the case today. So I will do my best to look at you every once in a while and act like I memorized it, and I will also do my best to change my voice inflection just to make it exciting. So the 60 by 30 Texas plan is focused on student success over the next 15 years. This plan was established will establish a globally competitive workforce in the state by 2030. The plan was developed over 18 months by a committee that included business and education leaders from across Texas. The Texas Higher Education Strategic Planning Committee received expert testimony from individuals from across the state and the U.S. and from around the world, and sought input from more than 5,000 stakeholders across the state throughout the plan development process. This input and feedback helped to refine the 60 by 30 Texas plan. 60 by 30 Texas builds on the success of closing the gaps by 2015 that many of you are aware of. Work that began with closing the gaps will not end. Those accomplishments from closing the gaps will continue, and Texas' new Higher Education Strategic Plan 60 by 30 Texas, or TX, is the beginning of a new series of accomplishments. And I'm going very fast, so I apologize. I know we have a long agenda today, so I'm going to go through, and if there's any questions, I'll be more than willing to answer them at the end. The new plan, 60 by 30 Tex, is firmly founded on the critical need that Texas produces an educated workforce that is able to adapt to change and compete at the highest levels, nationally and internationally. The world's most competitive workforces have younger populations with more education compared to the U.S. and particularly compared to Texas. 60 by 30 Texas Tex emphasizes all forms of post-high school education, from undergraduate certificates to associate and bachelor's degrees to graduate and professional education. The plan also highlights the overarching goal that 60% of 25 to 34-year-olds will have a post-secondary credential or degree by 2030. Success of achieving the goal of the plan is going to rest heavily on collaboration among higher education, public education, and the workforce. 60 by 30 Tex provides latitude for 2- and 4-year institutions and encourages local creativity in pursuing the plan's goals as institutions continue to pursue their own unique missions. On the next slide, it illustrates by the two pie charts that Texas will have a diverse workforce in 2030. The bigger question is, will Texas have an educated workforce by 2030? The 60 by 30 Tex plan is intended to answer that question with a bold and resounding yes. So the Strategic Planning Committee developed 4 student-centered goals, as you can see from this slide. The first deals with educational attainment, which is a fraction of the Texas population actually holding a degree or undergraduate certificate. The second goal deals with degree and undergraduate certificate completion at Texas colleges and universities. The third goal highlights the need for graduates to know the marketable skills they have acquired through their degree program. And the fourth goal recognizes the need to address student debt. Supporting students through completion to become more actively engaged citizens and to strengthen the Texas economy means addressing a college affordability and making it explicit the workplace skills students obtain in their programs. So the first and overarching goal states that by 2030, at least 60% of Texans ages 25 to 34 will have a post-secondary credential or degree. Now, that's a big percentage to shoot for because right now, anybody know what our percentage is? Any idea if we're shooting for 60%? What's your guess?
35.
38%. Get an award. 38% of Texans in this age group have any kind of post-secondary degree or certificate. The best educated societies in the world have already reached 60% or close to it in this age group. We need to move the level of attainment up dramatically among our young Texans. Achieving the 60-30 goal is critical for Texas to remain globally competitive and for its people and communities to prosper. The new plan calls for ambitious, yet realistic interim targets and strategies that will get us to our final goal if we stay on our course through 2030. This is very ambitious, but we do think we could actually reach these targets. Critical to the achievement is the focus on and success in improving the education levels of young Hispanic Texans who will make up a majority of the students in school between now and 2030. I'll let you read this, but data projections show we will need substantially more Texans with post-secondary credentials to meet workforce demands, not fewer. Some sectors of the Texas economy could not hire enough workers with the required skill sets to meet the workforce demands. And you see how 59% of all new jobs will require post-secondary training or education by 2020. The next goal states by 2030, at least 550,000 students in the year will complete a certificate, associate, bachelor's, or master's. That means in that year, in 2030, we'll have 550,000 completing. Or at least, hopefully we've done that before then, if we're lucky, or do what we need to do. This goal includes public, independent, and for-profit colleges and universities. Data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics make clear that students don't get much of an economic lift from college attendance unless they complete a degree or certificate. We can do better at this than we are currently doing. We need to continue the Closing the Gap record of generating impressive growth in degree and certificate or certification production. The plan includes targets for Hispanic Texans to earn 285,000 certificates or degrees in 2030. It also includes targets for African American, male, and economically disadvantaged completers. Another important target is to increase the percentage of students who enroll in higher education directly after high school from the current 54% to 65%. If reached, Texas will award a total of 6.4 million certificates or degrees during the 15 years of this plan. The third goal reads, by 2030, all graduates from Texas public institutions of higher education will have completed programs with identified marketable skills. Marketable skills are those valued by employers that can be applied in a variety of work settings, including interpersonal, cognitive, and applied skill areas. These skills can be either primary or complementary to a major and are acquired by students through education, including curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities. All programs develop skills of value in the marketplace. We know this. In a 2012 national study by the UCLA Higher Education Research Institute, 88% of surveyed students identified getting a better job as the most important reason for attending college. The plan requires institutions to formally identify those skills for each of its degree programs so that students are aware of and, more importantly, can communicate these skills to future employers. The goal calls for every institution in Texas to articulate the identified skills to the students. The fourth goal, by 2030, undergraduate student loan debt will not exceed 60% of the first-year wages for graduates of Texas public institutions. We have an opportunity to balance student loan debt and improve how our higher education is financed to reduce financial barriers that students and families encounter when pursuing any level of higher education. Texas could experience greater shortages in critical fields if student loan debt spikes to the point at which a majority of students choose programs based entirely on potential income. We think the best way to focus on financial issues is to set the statewide goal of maintaining debt load as measured against student earning power at graduation. Success will require collaboration among elected officials, higher education leaders, and will probably require imaginative reinvention of path to completion, including methods of teaching and learning. At the state level, a statewide advisory group could determine ways to better advise students and parents on financial aid options and the impact of those options on students' finances before, during, and after their college careers. The ratio of 60% is a statewide maintenance goal, which is approximately the current level. There are several facets to the student debt goal. 1, the role of the state. 2, the role of institutions, you all. And 3, the role of the students. The graphic illustrates the necessity of a balanced relationship between these agents. All undergraduates with student loan debt who complete a credential from a Texas public 2- and 4-year institution are included in the 60% ratio calculation. This is not, I repeat, this is not a goal for individual undergraduates, and it is not a goal for institutions. In 2014, half of undergraduate students who completed did so with student loan debt. We know there will be a variation by sector and by student. The goal is to keep this ratio at 60% for the entire state. There is a target under this goal for no more than half of the students completing with debt. The statewide student loan debt to first-year wage ratio is about 72% at public 4-year institutions and about 36% at 2-year institutions. So it's a statewide ratio that we're shooting for. Texas was bold with our Closing the Gap strategic plan, and we continue to strive to be the best with the 60/30 text. Texas must continue to reimagine college and college going in broader terms to meet the state's workforce needs. Without bold action, see that? That was mine. Without bold action, Texas will face a future of diminished incomes, opportunities, and resources. The ultimate goal of the 60/30 text plan is to have a diverse and educated workforce by 2030. Now, I think you all have a copy of the PowerPoint. The full plan can also be found on the coordinating board website, where it breaks down targets and potential initiatives and projects that we could possibly do as a state to actually achieve these aggressive goals. But we do think that we're in a great position to actually reach these goals and put Texas in a better place by 2030. That said, any questions? All right, next time you see me do this, I would have memorized that entire PowerPoint and be able to do it with a little more flair, but if you have any questions, I'll be here for most of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Booker. Any questions? Okay. Next on the agenda, we have a presentation on committee member orientation to the Applied Texas system, and Jane Caldwell will be doing that presentation.
Good morning. One of the things that I learned about a year ago when I joined the Apply Texas Committee is that the Apply Texas program is a multifaceted phenomenon. And it has been my challenge to try to figure out what all these parts are and how they fit together. Some of you are new to the Apply Texas Committee, though you may be familiar with the Apply Texas system. And what I thought I should do, what I wanted to do, is give all of you a broader sense of what this thing does and help you understand some of the odd comments that I make about we need to do this over here about high school counselors when you think this is about institutions and applications for admission. I hope that during the presentation I'll help get some of those parts interacting in your minds as well. One of the things that has amazed me is the scope of this program. 1.4 million applications were processed through the Apply Texas system last year. The number of applicants was over 660,000, so we're talking about students submitting more than one application on average per student, which is typically a good thing because we all know that the student who only applies to one college and doesn't get accepted there often doesn't go and apply again. So it's good to have them looking at multiple institutions up front. The number of institutions that participate in the program is 140. Now, all public institutions in Texas are mandated by statute to accept the Apply Texas application for freshmen and transfer students. However, we also have over 20 private institutions that have chosen to participate in the program as well. So that's how the numbers get that high. When you think about it, each application, each of these 1.4 million applications is specific for an institution. So there are intimate parts of that are updated each year by the school to make sure it's reflecting new deadlines and that kind of thing. So the application is not a static thing. It is a growing, evolving thing every year. And many of you and your institutions are involved in that evolution process. The number of counselors that accessed the counselor suite last year was about 1,400. The number of school districts is almost 14,000. So we have broad statewide participation in this thing we call the Apply Texas system. The key functions of the program, certainly from its beginning, was to create applications, to get the forms developed so that students can apply using a single form to multiple institutions. And that we'll talk a bit more later, but that's really what this committee is intimately involved in. Next, the system provides a portal that allows the students to go online. Actually, they're not students at that point. The applicants to go online and complete applications. And they can complete it for 4-year or 2-year institutions as transient, transfer, international, U.S. There are a lot of options for students when they get into that system. Once they get into the system, though, entering the data doesn't do you much good if it doesn't then get stored and forwarded to the institutions, which is where the UT system office and the support team really comes into play. And then we also have a portal within the Apply Texas system called Counselor Suite, which is what high school counselors used to look into their student data and find out which students have completed applications and or applications for federal financial aid. I'm running through this faster than I need to. If anyone has any questions, please raise your hand and let's talk. Okay, talking about Apply Texas, it's interesting to see how it's evolved over time, because it's that evolution, the direction it came from, is very clearly displayed in some of the parts of Apply Texas. In 1997, a bill was passed by the Texas legislature mandating that the coordinating board, with the help of a committee like this, design the common application. The assignment in that initial bill was for 4-year institutions only, or what they refer to as general academic teaching institutions. So the 2-year colleges weren't involved in this at all until 2008. So what we find as we look through the system, there is a tendency to look at the system from a university standpoint. We've had issues where we're updating labels to not just say the university, but to say institutions of higher education. And it's a good thing that we have this broader scope, because a lot of students apply to the 2-year institutions. In 2008, the 2-year institutions came into the program. Also at that time, the admission applications, information, the status of those, became available through the Counselor Suite for high school counselors. Since then, the Counselor Suite was expanded to include FAFSA data, and then in this last year, we've had changes from the federal government that required every school district to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the coordinating board with regard to receiving the FAFSA data. So it's been a significant evolution, in each case getting a larger scope and a larger scope for this program. Any questions? Okay, next please. The players that are in this program are multiple. The applicants certainly are our main target. We're trying to get them to apply to college. ATAC is the Apply Texas Advisory Committee. That's you. Each year, this committee looks at the applications that exist, tweak the language for instructions, the wording of the questions to try to get more accurate and consistent answers from the students who are doing it. The AT support team, the Apply Texas support team, which is Tim and Rebecca and others, they are at the helm over at UT Austin, which is our subcontractor for managing the technical end of Apply Texas. Education service centers come into play when a high school district wants its counselors to have access to Apply Texas data. So we've got the 20 regional service centers involved with school districts to give high school counselors access to the counselor suite. The high school counselors look at the data or look at their reports about their students, can identify who has completed applications or not, and they can go after Jane Caldwell and say, Jane, you started, but you didn't complete your application. So go in there and get it finished because a deadline is coming up, that kind of information. Independent school districts, the counselors can't participate in Apply Texas Counselor Suite unless their district has made it possible for them to do so. Those districts have to go in, enter into the MOU before their counselors can have access to any data. That's a new requirement this year. And at this point in time, Cami, we have about 750 districts that have entered into agreements, which means there are about 450 districts that have not. And their counselors do not have access to any data through the counselor suite. We turned off that plug. We pulled the plug on them at the beginning of August. Since then, a fair number of those districts have come in with their MOUs, but there's still over 400 that are not able to use Counselor Suite. The institutions of higher education, you are intimately involved both in encouraging students to apply to your institution and then selecting those to enroll. Coordinating board attempts to keep the parts moving in coordination. And the Department of Ed is our source of data for the FAFSA part of Counselor Suite. Next, please. Okay, the technical support team provides a lot of assistance to students, to institutions of higher education, and to the counselors, and that has 4 different help desks. 2 for students, 1 for passwords. That would be one that I use almost every time I went online because I'm abysmal at remembering my passwords. The other is the technical, if they have trouble understanding the question or what to do next. There's a help desk for counselors, so helping them access their piece of this puzzle, and then also for institutions to figure out your setups and things like that each year. Please be aware that a counselor cannot see a college part of Apply Texas, nor can a college see what a counselor sees, nor can ESC see which either one of these parts see. So one of the difficulties that we have in coordinating things is that no one really knows what the other can see. And so part of what I'm hoping that we will do in the future is help improve the communication so that when you're talking to a counselor, you can say, yeah, if you go look here, you can see the number of your students who applied to my school, and we'd like to increase that next year, that kind of thing. Okay, as I said, the security is really tight. We're talking about individual student information, and it's protected as much as we can for FERPA. The agreements with the Department of Education for the Counselor Suite FAFSA data is almost exclusively regarding the security of the data that's being shared for the FAFSA applicants. Again, applicants can go in and look at their application accounts, but they can't see anyone else's. If a counselor wants to help them, the student has to open the account with the counselor there. The counselor can't get in and do it individually. And so forth. The whole idea is to keep the data about the individual students secure, but accessible for those who need to have it so that the system can work properly. This is the pathway for the creation and use of an application. It starts with this committee. You create the form or you make adjustments to it. The Apply Texas system makes it a workable document that's accessible by the students through the portal. Then the students can go online, either start and save, or they can actually complete and submit an application to move it on to the institution. If they, the Apply Texas system stores both the started and the completed applications, and they can actually identify which is which. So I had one student whose parent was absolutely sure that they had submitted an application in time for UT Austin. And the whole argument, my wife is an accountant. She was sitting there with my son when he was completing the application. They do not fail to complete data. This has to be done. What was amazing is that Tim's team was able to go in and say, yep, he answered every single question. However, he didn't hit submit. He didn't actually sign off as to the correctness of the data and hit submit. So we sent that information saying it was on this date that this happened, and they said, oh, well, in fact, we didn't hear back from them. They got very quiet. So the data that is reserved there is quite remarkable. Once the data gets to Apply Texas for a submitted application, a completed one, then they forward it to the National Student Clearinghouse, which sorts it by institution and forwards it to the school, and then the school makes its admission decisions. The sequence of getting the submitted application from the student to Apply Texas to the National National Student Clearinghouse, thank you, to the institution. Tim, am I correct? It's less than 24 hours? Yes. That's pretty amazing, okay? If a student starts an application but doesn't submit it, it sits in the system for up to 90 days, and then it gets deleted because it's not being completed. So if a student starts one, waits 3 months to go back and finish, they have to start from scratch on that one again. Next, please. Okay, the Department of Education is involved in the FAFSA work, and that's actually one of the places where the coordinating board is more involved than usual. The Department of Education updates the FAFSA form each year. Students complete the form and submit it to the Department of Ed. We then, at the coordinating board, on a weekly basis, request that Texas data be sent to us so that we can forward it to the counselor suite. However, they send the full data, and only bits and pieces that will reflect the status of the student's FAFSA can be shown in Apply Texas. So our system has to reduce that large file to the individual pieces that can be shown in the counselor suite, and then forward that subset to Tim's team, who makes it available to the counselor suite. Okay? Next, please. Okay. The independent school, what we're now talking about is how a counselor gets access to the counselor suite data. The school district has to identify who on their staff should be given access to this data. And they identify that by sending a list to their regional service center contact. And that will be the counselor's name and contact information. The regional contact then enters that into the Apply Texas system, which sends the counselor a password, a temporary password. That counselor can then use that temporary password to enter the system and create a permanent password. At that point, they sign a FERPA agreement that they will protect the privacy of the data that they're looking at. Once they've done that, then the counselor can use that ID and that password to get into the system and check on their students' data as they need to. They have to be renewed each year. So the counselors have to, at the end of 1 year, it will expire, and they will get renewed to continue having access. Okay? Other than that, there's nothing to it. And we're just looking at this is the surface floating on top. I am impressed with how all the pieces of this do fit together and the number of people that are involved in making that happen successfully. Does anyone have any questions about any of this?
I've got a quick question. This is Scott Smiley from UTBB. When it comes to the overall contact with the high school counselors, and I'm not sure how well that communication works with the regional centers, with the high school counselors in there. So how much information has actually gone out to make sure that these things get connected from that perspective?
We don't do much direct connection to the counselors. The education service centers are our main intermediary for getting the word out to the districts. Our impression is, in general, the service centers are interested in having this work well, and they are diligent in trying to get things done. If we get directly access by, if we get a call or an email from a counselor, certainly we'll provide information. Often what we're doing is providing them how they get access to the system and why they might not. For instance, they had it last year, they don't this year. Two options. One is they haven't renewed their FERPA agreement, and number two, that their district hasn't submitted an MOU. Those are the two primary reasons why a particular counselor might not have access.
Have there been any committee members on this committee that have actually contacted the regional centers or anything for that specific purpose, just to get interest in the high school counselors? What's been the result from that? Any interest?
It's minimal.
Yeah. From those 450 that aren't signed up, it's going to take a big push to get them to do that, or to see the need of it. And that's the main thing. Is there a need?
Excuse me. What we have found about the 400 is that a fair number of them do not have high schools. You know, the districts are of different size, different shape. We also recognize that some of them are small districts, and probably the counselor not only knows the students really well, but they know their parents and their grandparents. So there are some good reasons, or legitimate reasons why some districts might choose not to do that. Where our emphasis has been is looking at districts of any significant size that have not gotten into the system, and we've reached out to them to try to encourage them to do so. And we've had fairly good success on that. There is a list of 100 of the largest school districts in Texas, and at least at one point, at least 85 of them were in the system. And we were reaching out to the others to try to encourage them to do so. There's no requirement that a district do this, so part of what we've got to do is get the word out as to what this can do for a counselor. And any suggestions you have on that kind of training and that kind of publicity would be well received. We're open to ideas of how to do that.
You have some comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the new bill that changed the FERPA definition to reach out to applicants now, using the high school counselor suite, is it the FERPA agreement that's allowing them to see this information? Are we safe with that counselor suite still?
Well, it's a combination of the FERPA statement, but also the MOU that the district has entered into. Exhibit A of that agreement is all about breach and so forth, and what happens if there is a breach and the protection of the data. So efforts have been done to make them recognize the critical nature of protecting the data that's there.
Well, and I believe, I may be mistaken, but I believe that the student can opt in or out of allowing his or her counselor to see that.
I think that may have been true at one time.
Yeah, that's not true anymore.
Yeah, that is no longer an option.
It also used to be the case that the institution could opt out, but they can't do that anymore either.
In light of 4046, do we need to consider letting the student opt back in?
Yeah, I think 4046 does preclude counselors.
Correct.
That bill allows employees of the higher ed institutions who have a need to see the information, but we do need to look at that.
Okay.
I believe.
We can definitely look at it. Again, the MOUs that we're working with were directed by the Department of Ed, so, but we will definitely
Yeah,
take a
that
look.
MOU is with the school district, but this 4046 says that all that information is protected unless the student opts to allow others to see it. And so I would think for the counselor to see it, the student would have to opt in.
We will definitely look
I would
into
like
it.
for us to talk about 4046 in light of the application today, if we could.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been working with, we've had some conversation going about that, and I have some proposed text for Apply Texas that we might implement, because that bill went into effect September 1st, 2015. And so there is work that's going to need to be done on the part of all institutions, but there's some general opt-in that we could accomplish at the Apply Texas level that'll help all of us. And keep in mind, this is proposed text. It needs some editing and some input from other institutions, for sure.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jane. I, for one, found this very valuable, especially the historical information that helps us so much. And now it's in writing, so this is good information for all of us. Next on the agenda is, okay, so the Negotiated Rulemaking Committee on Apply Texas met on September 15th, 2015. And we have today Christine Gann, who's going to provide us with some discussion of the results from that meeting. I did attend that meeting, and I thought it was very well. I thought we did a really good job, actually. So, if you don't mind, Christine, can you update us?
Not at all. Basically, I pretty much regurgitated the agenda and the meeting minutes from the actual meeting. So we met on July 31st here. There was a brief introduction and overview, and it took maybe an hour for all of the members to really understand what they were doing there that day. But once that happened, it started to roll. We went over the negotiated rulemaking process, the rules, ground rules, draft language, and the roles were explained, and the facilitator position was voted upon. It passed unanimously. The facilitator was David Mead. The alternative dispute resolution coordinator was Mary Smith, and she, I believe, attached are all of the amendments that were made. We didn't start from scratch. We just amended what was already there. We went line by line and went over the language and the relevancy to the Senate Bill 215. The overall sentiment was to not write the proposed rule with so many constraints that the Apply Texas Committee would be hindered in making decisions regarding the common application. So the rule is out there. It was published on August 21st to the Texas Register, has to be out there for 30 days, and that will expire on September 21st, so that's coming up. If you have any suggestions, comments, please go out and make them. Prior to that, I listed all of the members that were on the committee, and also the amendments, and I believe the actual title. Yeah, the proposed rule is there as well. It did. We did it in one day. I was a little worried in the beginning, but we did it in a day. We got it all written. There were a couple of significant changes. Most of it was verbiage. We did increase the number of the representatives to include from 1 to 2 members. To represent private or independent colleges and universities. And that was made because there's now a higher amount of students serving on the committee that were private, they're using the application. Other than that, it went pretty well.
It actually did. Thank you, Christine. Like I said earlier, I thought the meeting went really well. It did take us a little while to get going, but once we did, I think everyone was on board about, following the negotiated rulemaking committee outline and getting the job done. So, yes, it did get done in one day, which was very surprising to me, but if you've never served on a negotiated rulemaking committee meeting, it is actually it's a really interesting process, and it does work. So it did work for us, and I think everyone on the committee did a great job. So, are there any questions?
Only
Anything
one,
else?
and it's minor.
Okay, sure.
And I'm not sure if I'm looking at the right thing. Explanation of proposed rule changes. Within this, we continue to use the term common application.
Right.
Is that language that can be removed and refer to it as the Apply Texas application?
Actually, that did come up once. It is actually the Apply Texas
It is.
common application.
It is. And I thought we.
It is in there.
I see something at the bottom, but I wasn't sure if that covered it or not.
Yeah, it is, I'm sorry. Because it's not the common application, there is an actual common application. So yes, we did differentiate. We put that verbiage in there.
Dr. Booker, did you have a comment to make?
Yes, it's also the language we used straight out of the statute. So until they go back and make those sort of changes.
And we did, as Christine said, we did have a discussion on that, and it, we wanted to clarify, make sure that it said Apply Texas, but in any case. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, all right. Is everyone okay? I mean, I think we can continue. It's just 10 o'clock, so, okay. Then we'll move on to the next agenda item, and that is the identification of subcommittees, their charges, and selection of their chairs. We were having a little bit of a discussion about that earlier, and so I'm going to need a little bit of help here, Melissa, if you don't mind. I want to make sure that I don't leave, and Michelle, don't leave any of the subcommittees out that we had last year. I do know that we had the Speedy Apply Texas Workshop Subcommittee, and that's typically chaired by the 4-year and the 2-year co-chairs, and also by Michelle Walker was also largely or really mostly instrumental in making sure that the workshop went off without a hitch. So then the other one was a nursing subcommittee, and the chair, who was the chair of that? Do you remember?
Lee Williams, maybe?
Lee Williams, okay, so he's not on the committee this year, so we need to follow up on that as well. We had a grad application committee. Michelle, do you recall?
Yeah, I was the chair then.
The chair?
Yeah.
Okay. And there have been some, Jane and I were talking prior to the meeting starting, and we were, well, actually, she was thinking about maybe making some recommendations on some other subcommittees. Do you recall any of the other committees that we had?
Didn't we have an undergraduate application?
Yeah, that's right, undergraduate application.
And scholarship?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have that listed too.
Did you mention Counselor Suite?
I don't know
I
if there
don't-
was an
yeah,
international, but I
There
believe there
wasn't.
was a technical.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a technical application subcommittee. The nursing subcommittee, it ended where it dissolved. That was
The
actually.
recommendation was for it to go to negotiated rulemaking was the
Correct.
final decision.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll give a little bit of an update in a minute. The undergraduate application committee, that one was instrumental in providing some updates and changes to the Apply Texas application itself. The scholarship subcommittee, I don't think they actually, go ahead, Melinda.
We, there wasn't much activity with that. We basically surveyed community colleges to determine the use of the application. We made minor changes, but there wasn't a lot of activity with that.
Okay, Counselor Sweet.
I know previously there was discussion of trying to incorporate the high school counselors in that because of trying to, some of the concerns that were mentioned today about having, how to promote it and have more high schools on board with that. But I don't know, there wasn't much, I can't remember who was, there was a co-chair, but.
Pilar, I think.
I think
Wasn't
Pilar, and then there
the-
was another, I can't think of his name, I can see it.
The man that, that used to sit right there. Yeah. Gosh, okay, sorry.
I think he was from TSU, Texas South, or
Southern.
Texas Southern, I'm sorry.
Oh, Brian Adams, Brian, that is Armstrong, Armstrong.
Yes.
Yeah, that's who it was.
Brian Adams is saying.
Where did that come from?
Sorry. And then the technical committee, Tim.
Could you, I'm sorry I stepped out for a minute. Could you list the committees, the subcommittees that y'all,
Yes.
that you've discussed or decided on?
Well, actually, we're just going over
Oh,
a
okay.
list of them at this time, but we were talking about the Speedy Apply Texas. We know that the nursing, the final outcome was that it go to a negotiated rulemaking committee. Let's see, Grad App Subcommittee, Undergraduate Application Subcommittee, Scholarship Subcommittee, Counselor Suite. We talked about having high school counselors involved in that one, and then the technical.
On the undergraduate, have you thought about splitting that out between the 4-year and the 2-year schools? It seems like we have a lot of questions about 2-year apps last year, some of which we weren't able to address. And either a separate 2-year app committee or maybe dividing that one between two committees might be useful for us.
I think that.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
an
I think
excellent
having the-
recommendation.
I'm not sure about having, I'd much rather see the two groups work together in a subcommittee and be able to bring forward a recommendation rather than having, let's say, just the 2-year create something and then bring it to the whole group. Because I think it's important to have both people discussing, both levels discussing the application itself when they make a recommendation, so that it's not kind of pitting one need against another, but they're kind of working together to say, oh, that's why you need that, and kind of understanding as part of the subcommittee. And then when they can come with a recommendation, they're supportive of all that as a group. And so I think that's how we should work a lot of those, is to make sure that we've got a representative sample within each of those subcommittees that can bring forth a recommendation that's more likely to get passed, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that would be fine as long as there's recognition that the 2-year app is a completely different app from the 4-year apps. And the 4-year app have many different flavors of apps, and one of the things that's coming out of the 2-year schools over the last couple of years is how do you have either one app fill all the needs, the separate needs of the 2-year schools, or have separate apps on the 2-year side like we have on the 4-year side. It might be good in a way to have them all on one committee so that they can understand each other's needs, but I wouldn't want the 2-year apps needs that are specific to their application
I agree.
to get lost somehow.
I'd like to make a suggestion that last year when we were talking about the final priority list and so forth, we talked about these things as a committee as a whole, because part of what we wanted to make sure was that what was being worked on in this committee was considered, one of the difficulties that I've seen is that we'll have a committee that will solve a problem here, but it may be a problem that exists in another application or another part of this. And there's not we haven't had a really good, I haven't seen an opportunity for that discussion to broaden, to look at the other applications with regard to those issues. So however we can work that into the process in the coming year, I think that would be a positive thing to do.
Okay. I also think at this point that we need to go ahead and go back to the minutes from the previous meeting and make sure we're covering all of the subcommittees. But I was just handed that list, and I think, in fact, we have covered all of them at this time. So there are no new ones, unless there are some recommendations. Jane, if you had a recommendation.
There are two aspects that would love to have a committee or subcommittee looking at. One is training. The Apply Texas system has a marvelous training system built into the online site. If you know where to look, if you get into the system and you look at the FAQs, there's a huge amount of information there. The problem that I have run into, my impression is that especially a new person coming into Apply Texas, doesn't know where to look to find that information. So part of what I've heard this committee talking about are tricks of the trade that this group, because of your experience, you use the setups to handle this problem or to do this, that, and the other. We had a school come in the other day saying, what can we do about the fact that we've got major lists that our students are selecting, but our school doesn't even offer those. So that school didn't recognize that they got to make up that list. They could delete things that didn't apply to them. So we've got newbies coming in that really need to have a starter kit on how to make this work. And if we can figure out how to do that, again, Tim, I'm impressed with the training and the explanations that are in the system, but I, for one, am not one who's really good at finding what I need through FAQs, because I've got to figure out how to word the question in order to get the answer that I need. And it may be that what we could do is create a table of contents by topic and say, if this is your issue, this is where you go to get the answer. So that's part of it. So training was one thing, especially in depending on what we find out. If we're training counselors, how to read the data, how to understand the data that's there. You open Apply Texas Counts, and you get these lovely statistics for freshmen and two-year applications. But if I'm a high school counselor looking at that, I would assume probably that these, especially if you go down to where you're looking at counselor or school level data, I would assume that that's the numbers that are done by my school each of these years, as opposed to numbers done for this semester. In other words, are we looking at the data from the university standpoint of when that application is valid for, or the high school perspective, which is when it was completed? The high schoolers are trying to get credit for the work they're doing to get students to complete applications, but the data is more housed in terms of the semesters for which the data is created. So how to get those two sets of data clarified so that whoever is looking at them understands what they're seeing would be helpful. So I had both data and training on my wish list of subcommittees, and it may be something that can be subsumed under one of these other committees, but we desperately need, I think, to have more work in those two areas.
I think that would be really nice for us. We have done a lot to improve and beef up the help that's online. Part of that came from some PowerPoints that we provided and that Jane provided and that we've passed around among the team and with the help desk. And I think we've made significant improvements over this last year. But as Jane just pointed out, I think we approach some of these things from a particular point of view. And so if we're going to try to train new administrators to use the admin site, we kind of think, well, what do we think an administrator would need to know? And we talk to someone like Mike or somebody else who's administrator and try to get help. But it would be nice to have a group of people, especially with the counselor suite and some of the other services we have, to help us look at the different points of view we'd need to take to make the help really work.
I would recommend that does not, one of the already existing committees take that on. That's a major undertaking. You're talking about student training, looking at from a high school perspective, looking at from a university to reporting. I mean, that's a lot.
Well, I think what we have now is a very good system from the institution standpoint. And so we're really mainly talking about one from the high school counselor point of view. Or, as I said, you have really good information for the institutions, but there's an assumption of a level of sophistication that a newbie might have trouble working their way through. So a beginner kit or beginner set of instructions for an institution of higher education, and then the high school counselor perspective of the data and such for the high schoolers. And the high school counselors, I'm sorry Pilar is not here, she suggested some changes to the reporting system. And so that could be a starting point for moving forward for the counselor perspective. So are you saying you think if there is a training subcommittee, if training is to be done or training to be looked at, it should be a separate subcommittee?
Definitely, and there would have to be some kind of guidance as to what they're to focus on first.
I agree with that because I think we attempted to do this last year, and because we didn't know exactly which direction to go, it kind of got wrapped up in other things or just kind of died down. I think the need was brought up then. I also have a concern about, in thinking about the undergraduate application committee, I agree that it needs to be broken out, but connected. But a lot of that conversation, I felt like last year, this is just my perspective, and I think we had conversations about this, but I could be wrong, is that a lot of that discussion really should take place right here because it's the whole committee and making some of those determinations. So we got wrapped up in a lot of information during that discussion, but then had the same conversation whenever we reconvened. So, but on the technical, we would definitely want some direction, I would say, from coordinating board and Applied Texas team, and maybe even showing us examples as a start or what direction we want the committee to go.
I think I think you're right, Melinda. Last year, you know, we there was some confusion, and I think a large majority of the work of this committee is actually what the undergraduate application committee started or brought to the table, but it needed to come to this committee so that we could also provide other input and all. So that I see that as the largest majority of our work.
Someone mentioned international, and graduate is a good bit international. I think that that committee has often brought the suggestions with respect to the international, but does anyone see a need to have a grad app and an international, or is what we have working?
I think from the 2-year perspective, it seems like at our committee meeting at the conference, there was a desire to investigate the possibility for a 2-year international application, because right now there's only one application, and what's happening is, at least from the questions that I've asked to help because I have one international advisor at our institution, and we do have a growing population, but what's happening is either we're having to investigate the possibility of using a separate application or through custom questions or additional information that we're having to ask an international student. And my goal would be to use just the Apply Texas application.
I agree, as someone who also uses the two-year app as well as the four-year and the grad. The two-year app is lacking for international students. But I will say that the graduate subcommittee has always brought international concerns to the grad app that have probably flowed down to the four-year app, but maybe not to the two-year app. And I don't know if we need a separate committee, but we certainly need to get all of the applications in line with what I think have been good recommendations for international students.
And there was quite a bit of a discussion about the international application last year for the two-year perspective during the undergraduate application committee sub-meetings during the meeting. So just one more bit of information that I think I'm remembering correctly.
So then, are y'all recommending an international application subcommittee?
I think there's more of a need for that as opposed to the scholarship application committee. I think we still need to look at that as far as polling people of what they need as far as from the university perspective. But if in looking at the committees of what is needed from the two-year perspective, I don't want to speak on behalf of everyone who's at a two-year school, but I feel like the need is more leaning toward an international app instead of a scholarship app.
If I remember correctly, there are no two-year institutions using the scholarship app at this time?
I don't believe so. I know there was a lot of work done at, I believe, Amarillo College, I think at Rita. And again, I'm not looking at my notes. I've got notes in here of all of that. So they were investigating it, but.
Okay. And Tim, wasn't there a vote for the technical subcommittee to just become a part of the undergraduate app committee last time?
That's what I remember.
So that those two were
Right.
joined because of the common issues.
And as far as scholarship, we're always interested in making it as useful as possible and expanding it if necessary. It's obviously up to the committee as to whether you want to address that the full committee as to whether you want to address it on a subcommittee. As was stated, we were interested in seeing whether it could be used by two-year schools, and there was a little effort to that effect. So it's always in our interest when we're supporting an app, to see that it gets as much use as possible. But it's obviously up to this committee as to whether you want that done through a subcommittee. I guess what I'm really saying is if you don't have a subcommittee for it, it's probably not going to be addressed. And that's, just if that's what you want.
And I think also we need a discussion on how we want to handle the subcommittees, how we would like, when we want to meet. Last year it was very confusing. We met, in between during lunch, and then we met before and then after the meetings. And I think we need to have something more structured in place. And also, of course, we need to make some selections and concerning chairs of each one of the subcommittees so that we can have those reports come back to the larger group. But I do also want to comment that, the confusion really was also on the general Apply Texas application subcommittee, because we, as an advisory committee, felt like that was the majority of our work. So we need some direction here.
I agree, Margaret. If we're going to have subcommittees, we need to allow time for those subcommittees to meet, and we don't seem to all get it all done in one day. And last year we didn't have the time to do any of that. Just, for example, the Speedy Apply Texas Workshop Committee, we just met
we met over the phone, and we actually got all of our work done. We scheduled our phone conferences, and we had them routinely, and we all, called in, and that's how we got everything done. The agenda, the ordering of everything, who the players were going to be concerning presentations. So that actually worked out well for that subcommittee. I don't know how well that would work out for some of the other subcommittees.
I think one of the issues we had last year, as well as there's several of us that are serving on more than one of these committees, and trying to have all 6 of these committees meeting in one day in addition to this was really a lot and very confusing. So a recommendation I would have is, let's get the committee signed up, get who it is, and then have individual teleconferences for these committees, so that the next meeting we're clear of the direction that we want to take, and that we can stay on schedule.
Yeah, I would recommend that as well. Last year, our graduate application committee, we met by phone all the time. I mean, I don't think any of them ever came to this meeting. And we might get more participation if our expectation is that they participate in phone meetings as opposed to having to make their way to Austin, because that requires a commitment of their university as well to pay their way to get here and to give them the time to be here. So that worked nicely, to meet by phone, have determine what the priorities were for that subcommittee, and to bring those back to our meeting here. This is what we talked about. These are the kinds of things we want to pursue this year. And as a large committee, we decide very early what we want more information on and what we really can't support that year.
I think that's a good plan. And I think we ought to go ahead and move in that direction at this time. So knowing that what committees that we are looking at this time, then we can ask for volunteers for chairs. I also wanted to make a comment that non-committee members, non-committee Apply Texas Advisory members can actually serve on these committees. So we can actually reach out to some of our other colleagues and ask them if they would like to participate and provide their names to the committee chair. So the committee chair, if we decide that all these meetings should occur by phone, can reach out to these additional people, our colleagues throughout the state of Texas. So I think at this time then, if I'm hearing the group correctly, we should go ahead and select chairs for each one of these committees or subcommittees, and then have those subcommittee chairs reach, and then invite others to become members or volunteer to be members of those subcommittees, then have the chair reach out to those subcommittee members by phone. Is that correct? Is that what we want to do? Okay. So for the Speedy, we can start with Speedy Apply Texas Workshop Committee. Melinda, traditionally, the chairs have been the co-chairs of the Apply Texas Advisory Committee. And also Michelle Walker, if you'll be part of that.
I'll be happy to.
Okay. And then we will reach out to our Speedy colleagues, if it is still Sean Cargo and Richard Jimerson. I'm not quite sure if it will be them or not, but we can reach out to them and see how to proceed.
I'll volunteer Sean, even if he's not on the.
Okay.
He's a great resource.
Yes, and I think
I'll
we
volunteer Richard Jimerson as well. He's not
Okay.
here to protect himself. So.
Okay, great. We actually secured the date last year.
Yes, the
when-
12th,
It's the 12th.
I believe.
And the hotel, I believe Sean worked out I think 2-year.
I'm not sure about the hotel, but the Speedy Apply Texas will be June 12th. We secured the date already at the J.J. Pickle Center. So we'll follow up on the hotel. I think it was a 2-year contract. I'm sorry?
Coming
Yeah,
up, yes.
Yes, 2016. Does it? Okay, so then whatever it is,
I think it would be in the minutes from last meeting. I'll take a look.
sorry. It has to be in the minutes. We announced it last time. Okay, well,
Yes, the workshop is scheduled for June 12 and will be housed in the J.J. Pickles Center.
wait, that was this year.
That was April. Yes, correct.
That's a good question. Let us, during the break, research that and get back to you concerning the date. But we have in fact reserved a date, and it is in June, and I'll let you know what that is after our next break. Okay, so the undergraduate application, or Apply Texas application committee, who was the chair? Melissa? You were the chair, Are you interested in serving as the chair again? Or is there anyone else who is interested?
I think that's a big committee.
It is, and actually, that's a good point. I mean, maybe we do need maybe co-chairs for that one, because that is such a large committee.
I think I co-chaired with you last year. I know I did, but.
Well, if this is going to be still combined with 2-year and 4-year, you could have co-chairs 4-year and a 2-year.
Okay.
If we decided a while ago to stay with the combined committee.
I don't know what we decided.
I'm not exactly sure we decided that, but if we did.
And we.
Yeah, everybody.
I think part of my recommendation, and if I'm confusing the issue, I'm sorry, I just think we need to talk about this before we set a committee chair. I think the majority of what we discussed last year
Was 4-year.
was 4-year, but then 2-year talked a lot about international applications. So could we still have 2-year and 4-year combined, but have them into smaller, more intentional of what we're discussing, meaning a international committee of 2-year and 4-year, and then have a training committee or technical committee that has 2-year and 4-year there, because that's a lot of where are we gonna, and then other concerns could be brought up whenever we reconvene. And maybe I'm simplifying things far too much, but, because I do that.
I think I'm confused because I thought the whole reason we disbanded this subcommittee last year is because we are all on the subcommittee. So
Well
wouldn't that
said,
make
because
it-
I think that's where I was going with that.
Right. So what, okay, but even.
But I just
you're
think there
saying
was
separate out 2 and 4.
No, I don't, I think we
Okay.
need to have 2 separate subcommittees comprised of 2- and 4-year schools, because I think it's important that we're working closely together, because we can learn from each other what each other's perspectives, since we serve both. I mean, we serve the student, and whether have a transfer student, from what reciprocating that. So I think you need to have, my recommendation would be not to have the large committee, but have 2 separate divided committees, not of 2-year and 4-year, but of international and then a training subcommittee, because
But then the whole
training or
application isn't
technical,
here.
but then not have the big undergraduate subcommittee, but
I agree with that.
because we address all of the issues in this group.
Right.
Okay, so then we will not have an undergraduate, a general undergraduate Apply Texas subcommittee. And you know what? And I think that's I think that it really is a great idea. Okay, so we do not need a subcommittee for that because the advisory committee serves in that capacity. And so the large, or the majority of our meeting is typically to discuss those updates, or whatever you want to call them. Okay, so that one, thank you for serving last year. We really appreciate your time and your energy. But the larger committee has now decided that that's part of our work. Okay, so let's move on
Hey,
to
Margaret, can I interrupt
Yes.
you for just a second? I
Sure.
found a date for that Apply Texas
Oh,
Speedy
good.
Workshop. It's June 16th.
June 16th.
That was the date that you reserved the Pickle Center.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. What day of the week is that? It's a Thursday, okay. Oh, you know what I think, and there was discussion at the workshop that a Thursday was going to work better. And don't ask me why, I can't remember. But it was a...
Friday.
Oh, that's true, because some institutions are actually closed on Friday. I don't know who those are, but there are actually...
We don't like them.
In the summer, some institutions actually do close on Fridays. And so, okay, June 16th, great, thank you. Okay, let's move on to the next subcommittee that, I have a discussion about it at least to see if we even need it. Okay, scholarship. That was one last year. Is this something that I know we've had some discussion right now. Is this something we don't want to or don't need?
Well, just being on the subcommittee last year, I felt there was not a need for unless the institutions that are involved with the scholarship application want to have a subcommittee, there's not a need as a whole to have a subcommittee, I felt.
Okay. Are we in agreement?
Can Apply Texas provide us with a contact at the schools that are using the scholarship app? Do you know who they are? And because I think it would be a good idea to reach out to them and just ask them, do you have any pressing needs that we can bring before the Apply Texas Advisory Committee on your behalf? You know, I think we definitely need to ask that question. But last year, it was very hard to get, I know some people from Texas A&M were on that subcommittee, and it was very hard to get them to participate in the meetings. I think they're just, you know, like everyone, very, very busy, but would appreciate being asked.
And we can do that. Tim, can you help us with that? Okay. I'm just curious. Do any of your institutions utilize the scholarship? I know we do.
We do.
So I think A&M, Tech, A&M Corpus Christi. How about UT? Yes, okay. Okay.
I think it's mostly some of the larger public institutions. Although, as I mentioned, I think there's interest again this year from at least one community, from two-year school, to see if it can work for them.
Okay, so then separately, we can reach out to them and see if they have any comments, issues, or recommendations?
I'll be happy to
Okay.
reach out to them. So.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you, Michelle. So then we will not have a scholarship subcommittee. Instead, we'll just reach out to them. Michelle Walker will reach out to them separately. All right. How about the counselor suite? Had it last year, so I know we've had some discussion on it today.
It sounds to me like we need to get some clarification about 4046, but whether that needs to be work of a subcommittee or just we need to make sure that that occurs. And that would probably be an area where I was thinking training is one of the is important for the counselors. So it might be that we could cover the 4046 question as a committee as a whole and look at the training for high school counselors as the key part of the counselor suite effort, if people were willing.
Can I say something here? I think it's fine to have a subcommittee. I think you have to ask what this group is going to talk about with a subcommittee for the counselor suite. Most of the work that we've done in improving the help and filling out some of the features has come from the coordinating board. And I know we do have representation on the committee, but it's minimal. And having said that, I know Jane mentioned in her comments earlier that there might be of an interest they have at the coordinating board in better communication from the institutions of higher education with the counselors themselves and the data so that they know they can help each other. And so that might be something that a subcommittee here would do, but you'd have to, I think, have some direction from the coordinating board as to what it is they want you to achieve. But if you have a subcommittee of this group, then what is it that you're trying to accomplish with that subcommittee? You don't know necessarily exactly what a counselor wants, but from your point of view, what is the value of the counselor suite, and how can that better fulfill your needs if you have any that are not being met now?
Since the committee, because of its statutory makeup, cannot have high school counselors actually serving on the committee, but it's a fairly important piece of the safety net to try to identify students who may be caught falling through the nets. It would seem, I would like to recommend that we consider having or inviting the creation of a high school counselor subcommittee, maybe with a higher education institution person as the chair, so that we have both voices being interacting. But then we'd have to reach out to local. I would guess the travel budget for counselors is even more restricted than yours, and so probably we might be able to get together a group of Austin area high school counselors to come once or twice for meetings to have just brainstorming idea of what they need and would find useful with regard to Apply Texas in general.
And you could also, I think, James, correct me if I'm wrong, but to be on the subcommittee, you don't have to be a member of this committee. So you could still have a subcommittee made up of several people representing counselors from all over the state, and they could possibly meet online, via phone, whatever, probably with leadership from someone, maybe from this committee or from the coordinating board.
How would you like to proceed? Would you like that to be something the coordinating board would? Or are you, or
if you're
would you be
comfortable
seeking
with me doing that, I'd be glad to. I don't want to speak for the committee, though. And really, if I were to try to pull together such a group, I would be talking mainly about what do you know, what do you need more clarification on, and that kind of thing. And it might be once we get that wish list of things to be done that I then turn to you and say, okay, how do we go from here? But I'd be glad to work with that.
I think, Jane, any of us on this committee would be just as educated as you are. I know we talked last year about having a test environment, and if anyone's logged in, I will admit I have not. I have no idea what's in that counselor suite, so for me to say that I'm going to provide training for that is not something that I would actually volunteer for at this point, because I'm not an expert. So don't feel that I don't think anybody here is an expert on the counselor suite. If you are, I would recommend you nominating yourself. I think we're all looking like we're not sure. I'm sure
and we can do something about that. I think that it's pretty straightforward. It's just a matter of having seen it and be familiar with it. If you're willing, at the next meeting, I'll give a presentation on the counselor suite to you, just to give you a sense of how that works and what it can do for the counselors. There's a lot of data that you don't have to be in the counselor suite to get to that I think counselors don't know about. You can go to Apply Texas Counts and get data by school district, by high school, and all that kind of stuff. But I think very few of them are familiar with that. And so we have an opportunity, if we know how to describe what that data is saying, to share it with them and have them find it very useful in the future.
If you can share it with us, that would be great, because I know in the past, we have not had access to the high school counselor suite.
Okay. Well, again, the Apply Texas Counts is a public site.
Yeah.
And, but it's only freshmen and, it's only freshmen. Yeah, US, is it transfer?
2-year.
US freshman and 2-year. I think it's labeled, it doesn't mention transfer students, I think, in the label. So it doesn't have information about the graduate or international and that kind of application, but it's amazingly detailed information on an aggregate level for the subgroups, the high schools, districts, and regions, and so forth. So I'll volunteer to do that.
Okay. So, and I don't know, if everybody, if you were here last year and you remembered how it worked last year, there was so much confusion. So I think this is really going to help alleviate some of that confusion. We were confused, we had a counselor suite subcommittee and we're like, oh, now what do we do? So this makes so much more sense. Having Jane reach out to high school counselors, bringing them in, asking them what their needs are, and then bringing it back to this advisory committee so that we can, move forward either with recommendations, going to the technical team, or proceed in whatever direction. And that makes so much more sense. So we, what I can tell so far, we have one subcommittee, and that really is making more sense to me, and I hope it is to everyone else, having experienced the confusion last year. So the next subcommittee we had was the graduate application subcommittee. So let's have a discussion about that.
Yeah,
Michelle,
I was
you were
the chair of that.
Mhm.
And I think that needs to continue in reaching out to graduate. But I also think we need to make a decision about international because, we really haven't addressed the international app at the undergraduate level much. We work on the international app at the graduate level because that is such a large population. We haven't addressed it at undergraduate, and then apparently at 2-year it doesn't exist. So maybe, I don't know how to split that up, but maybe we have an international subcommittee to address undergraduate needs, and then the graduate subcommittee addresses the graduate needs.
Well, Michelle, would this be a time sensitive that we feel that there could be a discrepancy, that there be an overall meeting for internationals, and then as far as to identify what's on the grad, what's on the undergrad, and let the 2-year schools hear what that is, and then we can decide whether we make it uniform without, or make the different levels and layers for what they need, for what each group would need.
Yeah, I think the communication is the key, but there's really not much different than an international student needs or that we need from them, I guess, at those different levels, other than, getting into program kinds of things. So I'd love to see it uniform across those kinds of things that you guys have done on the grad app become more uniform on the undergrad and the 2-year.
So would you like to do just an international app subcommittee and scrap the grad subcommittee?
No, not scrap the grad, definitely not. In addition
Okay.
to,
Okay.
but certainly in coordination with,
In addition
because
to, yeah.
what you guys have done has been great.
Yeah. We actually have a volunteer to serve on the subcommittee, so,
Okay.
but their interest is in the international apps.
Is this Diane Sullivan?
Diane
And
Sullivan.
was she interested in undergrad or grad?
Well, I can't tell from her email. I have no idea. It looks like grad because she sent it to Dina Williams.
Oh, okay.
So I assumed it was grad.
I'd like to volunteer to sit on the undergrad international subcommittee.
I'm sorry.
I thought I heard, she said she'd like to chair the undergrad international.
Yeah, I think-
Redoing the whole thing.
Okay, so are we talking two subcommittees here that will work together, but still two separate ones? So the graduate application subcommittee and then an international application subcommittee. So Michelle, will you be serving as the graduate application? Okay, and then, yes, Candace? No? Is that, was that no?
We're a very small user of internationals. I have no problem chairing a committee. I just wouldn't want to take it away from somebody that's a bigger user of international.
Okay, so, does anybody else wish to serve as chair?
I could serve as chair for the international two-year.
Okay.
I can work on the four-year side if you want me to,
Okay,
if we're going to do the two-year, four-year split.
Or do one committee and you co-chair.
Okay, we can do that.
okay. One international committee and have two co-chairs, or have co-chairs, okay? Well, that sounds like that'll work really well.
And I think it's going to address the concern that I think we've talked about for a few years at the two-year mini discussion at the conference. I think there's been ongoing discussion of this, so I think it's a good thing. And I think it's going to help the two-year learn what the 4 years are doing.
Okay, could I run through this to make sure I'm getting the right names and who's doing what to whom? The graduate application / international, that's the combination for Michelle?
No, we're gonna have
Okay.
two.
Going to have two international committees?
No, we're gonna have one graduate application committee and one international application
Okay.
committee. And the international are gonna have co-chairs.
Okay.
But
and-
not the grad, right? Or no, not for
Okay.
an international or anything, just, okay.
Okay, so the grad app chair is Michelle?
Yes.
Okay. And for the international, the 2-year is Nydia? And the 4-year is Rebecca?
Yes.
Okay. Yay!
That really makes that, again, that makes a lot more sense than what we've had in the past.
I'd like to be part of that committee as well,
Okay,
international 2-year.
international 2-year, Todd.
Is there to be a technical subcommittee? Because that was a part of
We're
the,
gonna, yeah, we're gonna,
you're moving in that direction, sorry.
Yes. Or unless it's gonna, okay, we can talk about that in a minute. Okay, so are there any other volunteers for either the grad application subcommittee or the international? Yes. Okay. Nicole? For the graduate subcommittee, do we have any volunteers? I know you have some already, Michelle. Okay.
I think you have a full committee, don't you, Michelle?
You?
I don't think so, really. But I will contact
Others?
others too.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
So would it be prudent, once we get all of these, that we advertise these on TACRO for folks to volunteer to be on these committees and make suggestions? And
I think it'd be good to do something to list what they are, the subcommittees, and who the chairs are, and our contact information, so that they can contact us if they want to serve on the committee. Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
All right. So then we also have the Apply Texas Technical Subcommittee.
It seems to me, last year, I don't remember that this committee dealt specifically with what I would think of as technical issues. It kind of was a general, remind me if I'm wrong, kind of a general catch-all for issues that just ended up kind of being just a general Apply Texas subcommittee, which is fine if you want to do that. I think of technical issues more of, how do we deliver the applications, the relationship with the NSC, we deliver it in EDI, the use of Quick and Easy, how people use that, and could that be, what changes might need to be made in terms of these tools and how they help with delivery of applications to the institutions. And so how our infrastructure works, I don't know if there's a need of a separate subcommittee for that, or whether the whole group wants to talk about some of these issues, because these have come up before about breaking out different files to be delivered at different times, and things like 7-day delivery that we've added this last year. If there are specific desires like that you want a subcommittee to address, but I don't know at this point if there are things that you want to talk about.
I do.
Actually, last year, we requested, and I think I don't know if we voted or anything, but we agreed that the technical committee rolled into the undergraduate four-year group.
So which means that then it comes to the advisory board.
Correct.
And,
It was dissolved
and
because
again,
of-
that makes perfect sense.
But
Go ahead.
just going back to what Tim was saying, because when we were on the committee, we merged with the undergrad because we were talking about changes on the front side of the application, not on the back side. I agree that unless we want to talk about those types of things here, that there should be a subcommittee to talk about the back end changes that institutions would like for Apply Texas. The examples that he gave actually, as far as like the EDI files, the Quick and Easy, those types of things.
So is that something that we could do after we've had the larger discussion with the group? Say, okay, this is a discussion for the subcommittee?
Absolutely.
And identify it at that time?
That they are discussed, whether it's in the main or a subcommittee. I just want to make sure, because there's been some things that I've brought up in the past, and they've kind of just been bypassed by the 150 other things that we're talking about in the committees, or in the main committee, so just to keep that in mind.
Okay. So then just have that subcommittee on standby in the event it's not one that's really active until they have a charge from this committee, correct?
I think there'll be some issues that do emerge that way.
I have
so.
some charges.
Okay.
I'll bring them up in the main committee.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'd like to revisit the idea of the undergraduate application having a committee. The reason I ask is if we have all of these committees and we're going to advertise them on TACRO and get input from all of our other institutions, if we don't have an undergraduate app in there, how are they supposed to voice what concerns they have versus just the 20 institutions in here? So I still think there probably should be an undergraduate application committee so that we can bring on committee members that are not actually in this room who may have concerns or awesome suggestions and ideas that aren't currently on this Apply Texas committee.
Or in the past, we
Ask
listed
them.
all of our names and
Yeah,
we
seems like
opened
it'd
it
be
up
the
so they
committee.
could contact any of us at any time.
Right.
They could go out in the same email to the TACRO saying, these are your representatives. If you have any concerns, issues, topics, please contact one of us.
But you could have it segmented on there as undergraduate committee, and then you actually have the chair of the committee.
And I think it
on
would
that.
be a
I mean,
great
that would be
opportunity to still
good for
have a teleconference to be able to say, because I can submit to you, Becky, this is my concern, but there's no level of weight of that concern in an email versus having an active discussion of how, I may really think it's important, but this group, I can't count right now how many of us, may not think it's important and it gets over. I think it would be better to open up a discussion and still have that committee group for people to be able to voice it and be able to say, this is really important to me, or, you know, I'd like this, but it'd be okay if we didn't have it. So I still kind of feel we should have an undergraduate application committee.
Well, I think from the perspective of the agenda, I think there needs to be specific points in the agenda to say, are there issues on these particular items? So it could be the application, undergraduate application, it could be all of the subcommittees that provide a report, but at the same time, you've got to be able to capture those issues and be able to prioritize which ones are going to be addressed at kind of the next meetings or through the subcommittees, and that's where you can go in and get those assignments. But I think from our perspective, you got to have that built into the agenda to say, what are some issues for each of these areas, and be able to get feedback from this group. Because the way I'm looking at the agenda right now, there's just not, I didn't see a new agenda items or, you know, new issues or anything like that. So if you're...
There's actually a law that says you can't, on official agenda posted in the register, indicate new items and open-ended. There needs to be a more specificity so that someone looking at the agenda will have a sense of what might come up there. So we had new things as our final agenda item, and we were forced to take that off. So we can't be quite as general as saying, where do we want to go from here?
Then how do you bring new items to the table?
Well, we make it. I think that's very important. But I think what happens is that when you look at the items, they're all discussions of this and discussions of that, and encourage people through the TACRO email that's sent out. We need to do that before each meeting. To say, this is your opportunity to let us know. I agree with you. The problem I have with all of the discussion is I don't know how to prioritize things, because we have 24 different people giving, you know, how do we know the weight that should be given to each of the individual items that's been suggested for change? And how do we do that in the future? How do we get a broader feedback on the priorities?
Well, I mean, this committee has to address what those priorities are going to be for each of the subcommittees. I mean, that's really what has to happen. And if we're the subcommittee for the undergraduate application, then we have to determine what we're going to focus on as a group. Now, if you have subcommittees, then you turn around and say, here's your charge, here are the new things that are coming up. But if you don't have a chance to bring it up as part of the whole committee, then you have to leave it up to the subcommittee to bring up those items back to the committee. And if you're not meeting regularly, then nothing happens. So how do you want to, because then the subcommittees can kind of go off in whichever direction they feel like gets brought up as part of the subcommittee. But you need guidance from this group to say, here's what the priorities are going to be.
Well, I think that is what this committee does, Scott. And I think the confusion last year is we tried to do the subcommittees in addition to these meetings, and it was very difficult to get between the two, all the different groups, and get all of the ideas. I think the recommendation for this year is to go ahead and set the subcommittees early, be able to have an open forum with our colleagues, so that by the time we come to the next meeting, we have the priorities. That agenda, we will go through what are the graduate priorities, international priorities, undergraduate priorities, and then as a collective group in this committee, decide what has the highest priority between each one of those subcommittees.
Yeah.
And the way it's worked in the past is then Tim also puts time and effort to those different priorities, and that actually helps, that actually drives what ultimately becomes top priority, depending on, you know, how much, you know, effort, how much time, cost, and also, is it a common element? I hate to use that word, but I mean, is it something that really is going to accommodate almost all institutions? Maybe not everyone, but almost all. Yeah. It has to be something common, and not just to see one individual. And then the other thing that becomes I'm sorry to interrupt you, a priority is, you know, legislation. You know, that is a priority to us. If it's something that's been legislatively mandated, then we want to go ahead, and it's something that Apply Texas application can accommodate. We make that a priority as well.
Well, just like Candace was talking about, it's just like if you've got an issue, it's like how can we get that issue onto the table so it can be discussed? And that's the part that I'm trying to.
There used to be an agenda item for open.
Yeah.
Open, I can't recall what he.
Open discussion, I think, is what it was.
Yeah.
Open discussion, but we
Open
can't.
discussion, and we'd submit.
It can't be open-ended like that
Okay, but
anymore.
if we bring something to this committee, and then we can turn around and get it assigned to a subcommittee to be reviewed, is that a step that can take place in this meeting?
If I can, I think what Scott's saying is, if we don't have the recommendations coming out of a subcommittee, and we can't have open discussion here, we can never get a new item
Right.
to the group.
Yep.
Right. So that's why I'm sitting here going, how do we bring up issues if you're, unless it's coming as part of a subcommittee
I
report
see.
or something, I don't know.
I think that's how a lot of times it did come in from the subcommittees or idea generators. What you're bringing up is another interesting idea, which is if there's discussion among the group here, but there's not really clarity and they need some more information, then you could say, let's have a group of people, a subcommittee or an already existing subcommittee, take a look further at this and bring ideas back. And I think that's another use. Traditionally, what has gone on a little bit is that people bring their own ideas, or the subcommittees bring ideas, and then there's an agenda item for the reports from the subcommittees, and then there's discussion of the reports and the possible recommendations for priorities as a result of that.
And that's where I think it goes back to Joy's recommendation, is that maybe we do need to have that undergraduate subcommittee, because if we can't discuss it as the committee of something new and throw those things out there, then we're going to have to depend on a subcommittee to bring those items to the table.
Okay. So that's back on the table then.
Yeah, I mean, so I say we create. I mean, I say we create. If we're locked
Okay.
into having to depend on the subcommittees to bring new items to the group as part of an agenda, then you got to have the subcommittee in there to do that.
Okay.
I recommend this one have co-chairs, 2-year and 4-year.
Okay. So then that's back on the table, an undergraduate subcommittee, undergraduate Apply Texas subcommittee, I guess is what we'll call. And we will have co-chairs, so we need a 4-year volunteer and a 2-year volunteer. Is anyone interested? Okay, 4-year,
I will volunteer for the 4-year.
okay. Joy, 4-year, how about 2-year?
I don't know how many 2 years we have, but I'm certainly willing to help.
Okay, as co-chair? Okay, so Connie?
I'd like to be on the committee.
I'd like to be on the committee.
I would like to be
Okay.
on the committee. I know I said earlier, but I guess the reason why I mentioned that earlier, because I still thought there was room to have open discussion like we've done in the past, so I apologize for creating confusion and additional discussion. That was my
Okay.
And
lack of knowledge
certainly,
there.
if in the course of a discussion, new ideas come up, there's no quelching of that discussion just because it was not on the agenda. It's just that we cannot have an open-ended new stuff just plugged in our agenda.
All of us wanted to be a part.
Sure.
Could that be a part?
Sure. Yeah.
Great idea, Mike.
And if I may, I apologize, I've been listening upstairs. We just have to be more thoughtful and creative in creating the agenda in a manner to which things are going to come up, and we just need to put it on there so people who are listening in or want to attend can actually find it. So there are ways we can do a lot of things you're saying just when we create the agenda and be able to get to a lot of points you're bringing up. So we'll just take those steps in the next agenda.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then now we do have a undergraduate Apply Texas subcommittee, and we have co-chairs. Okay, excellent.
So will that be the one where technical issues?
Yeah, that, I was
Okay,
just
okay.
gonna,
We'll
go
just
ahead.
include
Yeah, I
that.
was just gonna ask
We'll
that.
include that.
So now are we revisiting that as well?
Well, maybe not. Because really, all the technical
be
issues
technical.
that we had usually came out of the undergraduate. So if we have that subcommittee and we're bringing it to this group, it's really to Tim. I mean, as far as him prioritizing for Apply Texas and his team. He represents that. So I don't necessarily think that we have to have another subcommittee just for technical issues.
But
if
we can
have the
require
undergraduate.
Tim to be a part of that committee?
Yes, I totally agree.
Are you willing?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think at least last year and maybe before, I like to have myself and the technical team available for all the subcommittee meetings, whether they're here or online, as resources.
Then our last one was the nursing, but we had already indicated that the final recommendation from that subcommittee last year was that it go to a negotiated rulemaking committee, and I do not know that process. How does that happen?
Well, and I'm not sure how quickly or, how that would progress. There is a huge backlog of plans for negotiated rulemaking committee meetings, and I will need just to explore that.
Okay. So for now, or do we agree that we do not need that subcommittee until we hear back from the coordinating board?
Are there members here that were on that committee who can give some background as to why that conclusion was reached, why it needs to go to a negotiated rulemaking committee?
I think it was determined because it was a new application, and we learned last year that we were only really charged to do one application, and we weren't going to get rid of the ones we've already created, but we weren't going to create a new one without that ability.
Okay.
The other thing I remember about that committee, I did not serve on it, is that they really needed the ability to upload documents in addition,
That's
letters of
correct.
recommendation.
That's
and
true.
Capabilities that currently the Apply Texas application cannot do.
And there was a fiscal impact there
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
Well, that raises an interesting question, because the Apply Texas system runs based on what's paid for by the institutions. And so the whole question of to what extent the effort can continue to expand and raise the cost per institution. As far as I know, we don't have any school that's dying because they're paying what their share of the cost is. But it's something that we need to recognize as a part of the equation is the main thing. And Tim's resources, the ability to split those resources to maintaining the system versus creating new stuff and so forth, all of that is certainly a part of the equation in our prioritization process.
So let's try to do a recap here. Unless are there any other subcommittees?
Oh, well, I was wondering, we had talked a lot about training, and
Right.
I didn't know if we had
Decided on a
cut the
subcommittee.
idea or wanted a subcommittee for it or not.
I'll open that up for discussion, because
The Apply Texas application or applications are so complex and so powerful. And I think the group does a good job at the conference with our early bird session on training people, but there are so many levels of training and so many tricks of the trade that you can learn, and I'm not sure that even the most experienced administrator could remember and to write or to incorporate everything into a training. But have we toyed with the idea of some videos maybe of that session, that early bird session, or for administrators, or videos for counselors, or something along that line that would at least give some real-time look at what you can do?
Yeah, we have talked a little bit about that within the team and with the help desk. We have done, as was stated earlier, we have done quite a bit of beefing up. It was one of the priorities last year, and we've created a manual, an online manual that I believe is both in PowerPoint and on HTML pages for the administrators in terms of the complexity of their jobs. we would love some more direction about how to do this in a way that satisfies the needs of everyone. It might be good to have a subcommittee so that we could then present what we have, and also then we'd have, if the subcommittee, and this could either be one that was started from the beginning, or like the technical one that after a discussion of what we have, we could say, well, let's have 5 people get together and go over these and come back with recommendations. And that way also we'd have the support of the group in terms of understanding that this would be a priority that would take our time and resources to do. In the past, we've kind of just catch as catch can tried to improve our help as we found FAQs or whatever that we could add to based on queries that come into the help desk, for example. Last year was the first time that we really had it prioritized to increase the amount of information on some of the help. But I would certainly welcome more support to move in that direction. How you want to do it, maybe a subcommittee would be a good idea, and then they might dissolve after deciding, we've seen this and that's great, let's add to that.
Any volunteers to chair that?
What type of training is it? Is it over the application, or are we talking about the counselor suite? Are we talking about the entire Apply Texas, undergraduate, 2-year, 4-year?
The questions that I receive indicate that any of those and all of those could use some of that. And again, what we're talking about are individuals who are dropped in the middle and are going, oh my gosh, how do I do this? And so, and they hit me hard because I'm going, I have no idea. Let me see what I can find out. So I guess the most logical thing would be to try to identify the biggest needs, the place where the largest number of people might be impacted if we made some additional materials available. Again, the two that come to my mind are the high school counselors, and 4046 may have a huge impact on that. And then the other one is the newbies at the institution level, where there have been turnover, and the person who used to maintain those applications is now gone, and the new person is trying to figure out, oh my gosh, what do I do now? We are trying to, and so those are the two starter type kits that to me seem high priority. And I don't know how complex they need to be. I think they could be pretty straightforward. Again, one of the last meetings that we had last year, and we were having it as a committee as a whole, as we were talking about priorities, there were a lot of things that came up and people in this group said, oh, you handled that by your setups. And I don't think, and I haven't looked online, I don't know what the instructions are about the setups and so forth, but if I were a newbie coming into this, it would be really neat to see how an experienced person uses those fields, those options to make it work better for their institution. And so that and the high school counselor would be my two priority items.
And I think part of this, again, is maybe we need to find a way to make available to this group the help that is there, especially if you're going to have a subcommittee. It was one of the results of the priority from the coordinating board last year that there is now an online user manual for the administrators, but it's relatively recent, and we'd need someone to go in there and see, as Jane says, if someone's really coming in as a newbie or being trained on this, does it really do what we want it to do in terms of allowing someone who's completely new to the system be able to do what they do in terms of the updates. But that's the purpose of that, and that was a priority last year, and that was, as far as we're concerned, fulfilled, but it's relatively new and online. And then we do have, in terms of the counselor suite, we have a test site that we produced as part of this push to beef up the help. There's a test counselor site, but I don't know how many people actually know that it exists. and whether the counselors themselves, how much they know would exist, or the ESCs. So I think a lot has been done already that needs to be looked at and vetted as, yes, that's what needs to be there. And then we can look at also the other ideas that maybe are not filled in as much as they should. So maybe, yeah.
Could you send the members of the committee the link to your online manual?
Sure. I think
would be
it's, yeah, and I don't know that I have an email group for everybody on the committee, but I can.
Oh, if you'll send it to me, I'll be glad to forward it out.
Okay.
And I've agreed earlier to give you some information about training for high school counselors, so to give you a sense of what they have, and I'm still very happy to do that. And I recognize that, again, one of the oddities or unique features of Apply Texas is the fact that the committee is all made up of the institutional personnel, while there are several subsets of other people who see different pieces that you cannot see. And these other sets are critical to the success of Apply Texas. And so how to get everyone conscious of what the other pieces do and what it might or might not be useful to them for is a challenge that we'll try to address. I have trouble recognizing the priority of one thing over another because it's all new to me, and so everything is this miracle that I discover and I want to share with everybody, and everyone says, oh yeah, we know that. And so I think starting with those two groups, the beginner administrator and the high school counselor, we can, even if we're just saying this is where you find the information that they might know, might not know, then we've accomplished something significant for them.
I'd be happy to do the beginner, the administrator, not the counselor.
Okay, so after having that discussion, have we decided that we are going to have is that a subcommittee?
Or does that just fall under the technical subcommittee and have them set up get the feedback from the individuals for the training?
Well, there's not a technical
Okay.
committee right now.
But to me,
That might change in 5 minutes.
I mean, but that's what I mean. Based on our previous discussion about
We weren't
our,
going to have a technical now.
yes, because of having an avenue to be able to provide feedback and to be able to bring issues to the table, you would want a technical subcommittee to be able to bring those items to the table with any feedback that has come in from members.
Well, I think we
subcommittees.
were saying that would get wrapped up with the undergrad because we brought the undergrad back on.
Yeah.
But I think this subcommittee is specifically for training
yeah.
purposes. So I would recommend if we do have one, it's training, but the co-chairs are one for the administrator side and the other is for the counselor. And I don't know is that anyone in this room, like Joy said earlier, can volunteer to do that right now? Is there a possibility of just leaving that sub-chair vacant for right now? And then after we see the presentation, I don't know.
Can I ask a question? Has anyone in this room really gone to the administrative website and look at all the enhancements that Tim and his group have done for training and for the counselor suite and all those things? And it looks really good, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I do certainly think that this is important, but I'm not sure that it is of the urgency that we're putting to it when we have so many other pressing things that we're needing to get done.
I mean, and if that information is out there, maybe just making it available, just communicating that this information is available, would that
I'm
be
just sitting here
sufficient,
looking
or-
at it, and it's really been enhanced.
So the subcommittee can dissolve if that's their conclusion. If they meet together, because obviously we're not.
Do a review of what is available.
Yes.
And then, yeah, and that's what you had suggested, right?
Right,
But-
there's, I think, and thank you, Melissa, I think we just need to get the word out of what's there. And if you're an administrator for a school, there are presentations about the counselor suite, and there are presentations about there's quite a lot that the help desk and some of the members of the team did in terms of a user's manual. For administrators, we just need to make sure that people know where those are and have a chance to look at them and guide us. I think it is the case that a lot of work has been done over the last year, but it's also probably the case that it's not known.
If the subcommittee meets, they love what they see, then it would be their charge to communicate that out in some way, right? I mean,
And Candace,
We
I can help
probably
with
need
that.
to celebrate the beginning of every new cycle more than we do. And when I mean that is by, letting people know it's coming, which I think Tim's team does a good job of, but celebrate it in terms of, if you're a new administrator and you need assistance, or these are the things where this is where you can find information, or maybe even provide a list of all of us or contacts who are administrators at other institutions that would be willing to share or to assist. But
like a big brother.
yeah, a mentor. But we probably do need to celebrate the new cycles as they go out and share information that we've all learned.
Well, and I think that's a great idea. And if we get notice that if you get a notice, Tim, at your shop, that you have a new administrator at a certain school, if there's a welcome wagon that says, hey, this is what you can do and this is how you do it, and here's some people who maybe can help you if you get lost, that kind of thing would be doing. When the cycle comes out, when that starts, ideally everyone's already updated their application, so it really needs to be earlier than that. But you're right, it's making the start of a new cycle a bigger deal and reaching out to the counselors, not the counselors, sorry, got that on my brain, reaching out to the administrators, which is a more manageable group in terms of size. The real problem with the counselors is it's 1,200. But with the administrators, we've got a real chance to communicate more with them if we have useful things to send out periodically. Tim, if I had something to go out to the administrators, if I send it to you, do you have a listserv for sending that information out?
Yeah, the help desk has that.
Okay, that could be good.
And I think for those of you who can log in as administrators, there is a section of that main page called Information for All Administrators, which contains, somewhat hidden in there, perhaps better hidden than it should be, a couple of links to the Counselor Suite training and also to an update checklist for new semesters. This is for administrators. That's so it maybe isn't so obvious that that's our manual for how to do updates for administrators step by step. And maybe we should think about making that more obvious as to what those are, but that's the work that a lot of the work that the team did this last year.
I have an off-the-wall question since we just talked about the administrators list. Do you ever purge that? Is there like if they're dormant for 90 days, it gets deleted, like the app? No, I'm just kidding. But like, does that get?
I think that's that's our control as to who are designated administrators, and that's done through us, and then people administrative at the site, I think, at the different universities can control who gets in.
And
Correct
I
me if
believe
I'm
they
wrong on that.
expire. Your terms expire, and so you wouldn't renew someone who is no longer an administrator.
Yeah, David, can you help with that? For
how long? I guess that's my question. Okay.
David's on the technical team too, and so they do get deleted, and then David, we get asked, we get contacted about who's going to be approved as the administrator for each each school?
Yeah, our gatekeeper changed, yeah, okay, but
So-
I don't know is that anyone ever contacted you and said, hey, please delete this purchase. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay.
So to summarize, since David didn't have a mic, so we keep a list of gatekeepers for the institutions. It's up to the institution to make sure we know who the gatekeeper is, and then the gatekeeper controls who has authorizations to act as administrator for that institution.
Okay.
But it is the case that if administrators are inactive for a certain period of time, then we delete their authorization, and they have to be reauthorized by the gatekeeper.
Okay, I'm just being nosy, thanks.
Is
That's a good
your
note.
listserv made up of the gatekeepers, or is it of the people?
I think it's all I think it's the administrators. I would assume it includes the gatekeepers, but I can double check on that.
As a gatekeeper, I authorize my executive updaters, my all those things myself, and take them away.
I think there's still a question about having a training
Yes.
subcommittee.
Oh, I think the
And-
answer was yes.
Okay.
So, and Candace had volunteered to be the chair for the administrator side of
Okay.
it. We did not have one for the counselor suite, but in the discussion here, I think it is something that I think it'll just take care of it.
Okay, so at the next meeting, I will give some information to the committee about the counselor suite.
Okay.
And then from that point, decide how to go with that part of the training? That, okay.
And I had said that I would help.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Candace.
Lisa. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, so are there any other subcommittees that we've maybe missed and need to discuss?
Would you mind listing quickly the ones we have?
Yes. Okay, for, the first one would be Speedy Apply Texas Subcommittee, and we've determined that the date is June 16th. Yeah, that's just in a side note. And the chairs, it's co-chaired by Melinda Carroll, Margaret Decken, and also Michelle Walker. The other one was the Graduate Subcommittee. And that would be Michelle Walker. Undergraduate Apply Texas Subcommittee. And we have co-chairs for that. Who are they, Jane?
Connie Garrick and Joy Frazier.
Connie Garrett, Joy Frazier. Training Subcommittee. We have the administrator component being chaired by Candace.
Then will to be determined on the.
And
other.
to be determined concerning the counselor suite.
And I have an international committee.
Yes, an international subcommittee.
And that's Todd Fields and Nicole.
No, Nydia and Rebecca.
No, it was co-chaired by Rebecca Lothringer and Nydia. Yeah, the
Okay.
international subcommittee
Oh, there we
co-chaired
go.
by Rebecca Lothringer and Nydia.
Right. And Todd and Nicole said they would be interested
Yeah,
in
they-
being involved.
in
My
assisting.
apologies. Nope, no heart attack intended, sorry. So we have
Is that
five?
all of them?
You had 2-year, right? Did you just get 2-year?
5.
We have five.
Mhm.
Right.
We have 2-year? We don't have 2.
No.
The undergraduate.
In the
Undergrad is-
undergraduate, we have co-chairs.
Okay.
And then the international will have co-chairs.
Co-chairs as well.
The scholarship committee?
The scholarship committee, Michelle Walker had agreed to reach out to the other institutions that actually utilize the scholarship component, and then I guess, report back to us and see how, if we need a subcommittee or not. So for today, we did not, we don't have that subcommittee, but it is being attended to by Michelle Walker.
Margaret, I have a question about that then.
Okay,
Since we were
sure.
talking about, earlier about not having new business or anything on the agenda about new business, would we need a subcommittee for scholarships so Michelle has a place to report what she finds out, or is that something that could just, since we can't have open items?
No, it'd be on the agenda as a presentation.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have a skull. Okay, good. But thank you for bringing that up, because that's something to think about. That. Did we miss any of them? I feel pretty confident that we've covered it all. And this has been recorded, so thankfully we'll be able to revisit the recording to make sure that we're to see what we've actually done. So yeah, that took a lot longer than I thought it was going to take. But I don't know about anybody else in the room, but I actually do feel better about the subcommittees. I think, yeah, it was worth the time to sort through that.
What,
And-
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
What are the next steps then? The subcommittees, they have to find people to be on them, and they have to set up meetings and...
Yes, and those meetings should, well, at least for a couple of the subcommittees, the phone conferences have worked out really well. And that is so that we don't have to worry about people spending travel monies and extending the Apply Texas, or extending this meeting to 2 days.
So one of the next steps is to
Reach
send
out.
out on TACRO and provide a list of the subcommittees and and the chairs, and invite people, if they're interested in those topics, to contact the chair and share their thoughts and/or participate in the committee, something like that.
So who can actually do that?
I can draft it and
Okay.
send it your way
Okay.
for approval, if that's acceptable.
Okay, that'll be fine. If that's okay with the group, and then I can get it out to the TACRO listserv then, that way.
And I'd like to ask for all the chairs to put me on the committee, if you would, just so that I'm included on emails about meetings and online or not, and then either myself or a member of the team can be there for you.
Okay. So if you are a chair or a co-chair, just remember to do that.
Now, our list of members does not include phone numbers. It's only email addresses. Would it be helpful to have phone numbers on that, or do you want to stick with just email addresses? Stay with email? Okay.
Did we miss anything? Are there any other comments? If we forget, we can revisit it after lunch. I think lunch is being delivered around 11:30, except for I don't see it in the, is it? No. Oh, that's okay. So what would you, I guess take a break. I think we all need a break, and then I think lunch should be here shortly. Was it what, Joy, did you have any comments before we break? Oh, you need a break. Okay. All right, let's take a break. Thank you all.
Well done.
We have 6 minutes. Just thought I'd let you know. Good afternoon, everyone. We are now reconvening the Apply Texas Advisory Committee meeting. It is 12:30 p.m., so we will continue with the rest of the agenda items. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to our co-chair, Melinda Carroll.
Okay, thank you. I would like to ask Jane Caldwell to discuss, start the discussion of rules for common admissions application forms.
Thank you. Would you prefer I stand at the podium, or is this okay? Any reason? Is this all right? Okay. The Apply Texas program has two sets of rules. One has to do with this, the committee itself, and those are the rules that went to the negotiated rulemaking committee. And then there's currently a second set of rules that has to do with the forms. I hope you've had a chance to take a look at the proposed changes. Now, who proposed these is in-house at the coordinating board, and it's simply a matter of trying, in most cases, to bring the current rules that are have been adopted more up to date with what is going on in Apply Texas. Your handout has two parts. One is what is called a preamble, or it's just a summary of the changes and why they're proposed. And then the second page is a page of the current rule with markouts of wording that would be taken out and new language that is underlined and highlighted in gray. None of this is a done deal. This is simply a starting point for discussion. We don't have to reach a conclusion today on what to do with these rules, but I think Margaret, and don't let me put words in your mouth, but I thought you were somewhat surprised to see the language that is in the current rule, and that you also felt that some updating was appropriate. Again, whether what we've suggested is the way to go or not, it will be up to this committee. Once the rules have been drafted, then they would go forward to be posted and go through the regular rule adoption process. But let me, if I may, give you a little bit idea, kind of an overview of what we're talking about here. And then if anyone has wording that they think needs changing, or if they are concerned about any of the changes being proposed, please let us know. Let's talk about it. At first, one of the first things is that the rules as written talk about a single form. And we all know that there are multiple forms in the Apply Texas system. So what I have tried to do in the wording is to talk about there are multiple application forms for the Common App. So we have a core of common elements across all of our applications, and then we have these unique ones for the various forms. And so in the rule, I chose to use a plural of form as opposed to a singular, because I thought anyone looking at our Apply Texas system would say, you've got lots of forms. And so anyway, that's part of that. The other thing that I tried to amend or address is that there are references to the paper application, there are references to where data would be provided or where the forms would be provided on the coordinating board website. And instead of I suggested going to a generic statement that they are on the coordinating board website, as opposed to trying to give a link, because those will change over time. So those are the main changes that I have in terms of the wording, but let's walk through it very briefly. In the first paragraph, again, mainly trying to go to use of the plural of forms and to indicate that the coordinating board will provide electronic access to both the paper and the electronic version of the applications. Now, the paper application is used by very, very few students, but in statute, it is a requirement as an option in the program, at least for universities, not for the two-year colleges. So that's why it's still in here. If we get the law changed to remove reference to a paper app, then we can take that wording out altogether. But right now, that paper app does still exist. In the second paragraph, we're clarifying that the students submit their applications through the electronic system, and that all the forms are to be made accessible through the coordinating board website. Some of that language was previously in the first paragraph. It's kind of sorted out into the two paragraphs as separate entities. In paragraph C, we tried to remove the old language, we're mainly trying to get all of the two-year college types listed. Previously, it was not included in there, and again, it's old language from when the program was just universities. In paragraph D, we clarified that this whole section has to do with the paper application. We removed some redundant language where it's using the General Academic Teaching Institution reference, and that's basically all that's being done in D. In E, I think all we're doing is bringing it up to the plural as opposed to singular. No really substantive changes there. Previous paragraph F is split into F and G because they're really addressing two different topics. The first one having to do with our contract with our subcontractor, UT Austin, for the technical support, and the second having to do with how the cost of the system are maintained. We also addressed in paragraph G that we will use the most recent fall enrollment data when we do the cost allocations. And previously, it just said previous years, so we're just being more specific that it would be the most recent, which would be fall. We identify the September 1 date of announcing the cost. We have been advised that we need to have it at the beginning of the new fiscal year, that money we receive in the prior fiscal year can't be used for cost for the next year. That's why we've moved to that new timeline, so we're using September 1. And a substantive addition to this is that last sentence: failure to submit payment by the December 1 deadline can cause an institution to lose access to new application data until such time that payment is received. We don't have a lot of schools that are really late in making their payments, but we do have a few. In the past, it was addressed through having late charges for those schools. We feel that this might get a much more rapid response, and hopefully we won't even have it come up. Our plan is to send reminders to all of the schools that haven't paid each month, so in September and October and November, reminding them of the December 1 deadline and the fact that they will lose access to new application data if they don't pay by then, and hopefully we won't have to invoke the penalty for being late. And then in paragraph H, we're simply adding two definitions to make it easier in the future to refer to the Apply Texas system and the Apply Texas Advisory Committee. So if anyone has any questions about the proposed language or whether the changes are needed or appropriate, please let me know. Any thoughts?
I have a question as to why graduate is not addressed.
I'm sorry?
I'm curious as to why in the first, in A, common application forms for freshmen and undergraduate transfer, but there's no reference to graduate.
The current statute for the Apply Texas Common Application, or for the Common Application form, only addresses freshmen and transfer apps.
Okay.
There's nothing in there about any of the others that have been generated. And so that was the specific language that we were trying to address. It indicates in that statute that the coordinating board will adopt rules for the forms for these particular programs. And so those are the two specific ones that we listed in the first paragraph.
Okay.
Any suggestions, questions?
Jane, on the terminology, I think y'all talked about it a little bit, and I don't know whether but anyway, the use of Apply Texas instead of Common Admission Application. I see that in one of them that I just, in one of them, it said common application forms, and they were all lowercase. My suggestion would be, looking at the very first one, to say, concerning the Apply Texas common admission application forms, Apply Texas being one word as it is in our system, with no space between apply and Texas, and then the common admission application forms all being lowercase.
Oh, okay, you're looking at the preamble as
Yeah, I'm
opposed
sorry.
to the rules? Okay, the paragraph, the first paragraph that uses the term concerning the common admission application forms is simply picking up the formal title of the rule for section 4.11.
Okay.
So that's why it is different than the use of lowercase in the other part of it.
Okay.
So it's specifically referring amendments to section 4.11 of board rules concerning the common admission application forms.
Right, so that's just capitalized because it's the head of the section.
That is correct.
Okay.
And was I consistent in the rest of it using lowercase?
Looks like it.
Okay.
In the rest of the
Preamble.
Of the preamble. No, well, it's new subsection H. I'd have to, the preamble about new subsection H says,
Yes.
says the common admission application system,
Right.
which they're all capitalized as well.
Very good. The other thing that I just noticed is that, and I'll move that to lowercase. In the third paragraph that says amendments to subsection 411B clarified that participating institutions must accept freshmen, blah, blah, blah. It needs to be participating public institutions, and I'll add that word because the private institutions may use it but are not required to.
And the preamble to C also has those capitalized.
Okay. Okay, Okay, we did not have a common application system. Okay, defined. Thank you. Now, in general, this group right now is serving like a negotiated rulemaking committee. So if anyone has language that they feel could be improved upon, you're welcome to bring it forward. Another possibility, the co-chairs could make a decision on this, is if there may be some people here who have not read it before coming today, and the option would be to give them a week to send any comments, and then at that point, we try to finalize this to move it forward for posting and so forth. We're not in any great hurry on this thing, but we would like to have it done. But we don't want to curtail any need of people to have some time to think about it. Is there anyone feeling rushed about what's been suggested that would like more time? Okay.
Okay, then, this is, I'm assuming we need a motion to approve the changes and then second that if we are making the decision at this point, is that correct?
That would be good.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the changes to the rules applying to the rules for common admission application presented by Jane? Okay. Second?
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then what will happen next is that these will move forward within our agency towards being, it'll be reviewed internally, and then it would be posted in the Texas Register. At this point in time, it may be the April board meeting before this would go before the board because there's a long lead time to get everything done. But we will go ahead and move forward with it and keep you apprised of where it is in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. And now can I call Melissa Walker to discuss the this past summer's Apply Texas and Speedy workshop? I'm sorry, Michelle. I don't know who put me on the spot and put me up here, not realizing it. But Michelle Walker, I'm sorry, from Texas A&M. Thank you.
Melissa's my niece. Yes, we had a very successful workshop, I believe, this year. We combined the Apply Texas workshop with the Speedy workshop and did it all in one day. And it was held on June 12th at the J.J. Pickle campus. The combined workshop, we charged $65 for attendance to that, and it went from 7:30 to 4. We ended up with 155 in attendance, which was pretty much in line with what we had had in years past. I think we would have had more people attending had we had it on a day other than Friday. We heard from a lot of people they were off on that day or had vacation plans, things like that. So we did do concurrent sessions in a lot of the time slots, and how we decided what to do was we looked at the agendas from both the previous years for the Speedy workshop and the Apply Texas workshop, and tried to determine, how many of the technical folks would want to attend some of the other workshops and make sure that people could attend all that they wanted to. So we got really good feedback on what was presented, as well as the fact that we were able to cover all of the topics in a day. My recommendations from the summer would be that we continue with the one-day workshop with a view for potentially combining this with the summer issues meetings so that people do not have to travel twice in the summer, that potentially somehow it could be either held between those two particular workshops at the day in between. Right now, the Summer Issues group has a contract with DoubleTree, and it was for 3 years. So I believe that contract will run out next year, and that would be the point at which we could consider some collaboration on that. We also recommend that we secure our location and our date one year in advance, which we did while we were there, June 16th on a Thursday. That was the feedback as well, was to have it on a day other than Friday. And then recommending that we assemble our committee in January and begin to meet bi-weekly, at least by February. We got started a little bit late this year, but we're able to pull it together. And that we do better at advertising the workshop and begin our notifications in March with a goal to open registration by April 1. And on the back of my report is kind of a shortened version of our agenda, and I just basically gave you what the agenda was and who the speakers were or participants in that particular time slot. That's all I had.
Is there any discussion that you guys want to do at this point, or just hold off until after our next meeting?
I have one question, if I may. Did we have any high school counselors at the meeting? Do we know?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
No.
I know one of the problems with the timing is that the high schools are closing out and people are going on vacation and all of that kind of thing. I wonder if we might consider, if we get into the issue of training high school counselors more about Counselor Suite, that we might have a webinar kind of presentation that would be made available to them sometime in spring or something like that, to give them a chance as their students are getting ready their seniors are getting ready to graduate and so forth, to help them use Apply Texas as a tool for identifying kids who need some additional encouragement or help and so forth. It doesn't sound to me like this workshop makes sense for the high school counselors. But I think it would be really good to have something on an annual basis that they could start anticipating. It could be maybe in connection with one of the TCA conferences or something like that, but something to let them get an update on the counselor suite option for helping their students.
And that may be something that comes out of some of the subcommittee work of all of that, and even your discussions with the high schools, Jane, if you're going to reach out to them. So I think that's a good idea. Did anybody have any concerns about how anything was structured during the meeting as far as agenda items? Birds of a feather worked out okay with your institutions. It seemed to work really well, so. Yeah. Okay. If there's no further discussion, we don't have to, this doesn't have to be approved. This is just up for review. Is that correct? Or does
Right,
this
it
be-
was just a report.
Okay, this is nice. This is great. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Michelle. Okay, Tim, now we'll review the status report on the 16-17 priority list.
Okay. I'll go over these a little bit, and also it'll serve as an introduction to thoughts going forward, because a couple of these were pushed forward to this year due to the need for more information, and also discussions of them last year led to some note-taking and some ideas being generated at that time, which could also be seeds for conversations going forward. So we had a list of priorities from last year, and I can go over them quickly and let me know if you have any questions. Several of them came from the coordinating board. One of them had to do with the MOUs that Jane has talked about to enable the deactivation of access to counselors in a district for districts that hadn't received the memos of understanding, and that is in place. And I believe pretty much daily now you're getting MOUs, and we have a system. The team built a system where it's very quick to go in and either allow or disallow the counselors from that district access to the counselor suite. There were a couple of reports that the coordinating board wanted: a cost breakdown per application and applicant, a document mapping file fields on the application to all the different app types, and those were delivered. There was a few little things having to do with part of the school lookup, and if college is not found in the lookup, people were just typing in whatever country they wanted, and they wanted to pull down so that there wouldn't be just free text there when people would put in different things. We built out a test environment for the counselor suite, and that's one of the things that has a link to it on the admin site, and we're going to talk among the team about making some of those new help documents more visible on that site, or perhaps even different places to put them. But there are a couple of links, or at least one link on the admin site for administrators that says Counselor Suite Test Site, and that was one of the high priorities for the coordinating board in terms of being able to for everyone to see what the Counselor Suite shows to the counselors, and also for training for the counselors themselves. We expanded the size of the name fields to 20 bytes, 20, 30. I think the last name was 30 already, but the first name was 12, and that was particularly causing problems for international students, not only because some of them have names with more than 12 letters in them, but also because different cultures around the world have different ideas of what a first and a middle and a last mean in terms of names. And so we had people sometimes putting in what we might consider a second name also in the first name, because that's how they thought of it. And that was another point at which it was breaking. And thank you for our friends over at A&M to helping us determine what a good size would be. We ended up with a kind of a compromise. We were thinking of going larger than that, but we found through some research among the community that there were certain restrictions on how large it could be. There were a couple, we had to get in touch with everybody basically and ask about their ERPs and what are they doing with this data and how large can the different fields be. So we came up with 20, 20, 30, and we think that will probably take care of almost all of the problems. We went through some data at UT Austin with regard, which has a large international community, and there were very, very few, like 1/10 of 1/10 of 1% or whatever that went to the 20th byte, would go to the 20th byte on a first name. Let's see, where am I? Oh yeah. We added pre-pharmacy to the pre-professional drop-down to pre-law and pre-med, and now it has pre-pharmacy. There was one that maybe we should look at again this year if you want to, which was to add a new visa type to the international apps. This specifically came out of the two-year schools, and this was one of the ones we delayed until this year because there was specifically the app type was referred to in a question, and then if we added more visa types to that pull down, it would be visa types that were not part of the question that was being asked. So we either need to change the question or add another question. It had to do with domicile and non-domicile visas. So we can do it. We just need some direction as to whether you want to change the question to include both, or do you want a separate question for each one? I think Melinda and I were talking about that last year, if I recall.
And that, I think part of the discussion that hopefully can occur during the subcommittee meetings for international, because since that's going to be something new, at least for the two-year app to be involved in that conversation. I don't know if we want to wait to discuss that further, but that was addressed and brought up by my institution, because we do have a single application. We try and push all students to the Apply Texas application. However, it causes international students more problems because then we have to redirect and actually figure out if they really are an international student whenever they're unable to select truly what their visa type is, or even make it a field that is at least just a free-form field that they could fill in themselves.
And as you said, it is on this list that was handed out of possible things to talk about for this year. So I brought that one forward because I knew it was one that was on the priority list last year that we were unable to fulfill. We made some changes to some of the selections text for grad apps. I believe that was something Michelle brought to our attention, that when you go in and select a grad app, the text that pushes you toward a certain selection was misleading or confusing. And so we in discussions with them, we came up with a way of changing that so that it made more sense. We added organization to the references. I believe this is for the grad app as well. So that's a new field for each instance of the references. We added organization and are passing that along in the EDI. We created a manual, a checklist, and a manual for making Apply Texas updates for on the administrator site. That's also has a link to it from the administrative site. I believe it says, it doesn't say manual or something. I think it says, it refers to updates for the new cycle. We might want to relabel that so that it's more obvious for people who are new to it being administrators, or who are trying to train people who will be new administrators. But it is among those links that are on the front page of the admin site. And that was created by members of the technical team and the help desk as well. We also we installed the capability for more flexibility of semester choices, and so there's now more semesters that can be chosen, and they can be labeled by the administrator as to what they're called within the system. And that was a request from last year. We had extra semesters besides fall, spring, and summer, but they were more or less canned choices that you had to use. Let's see. Oh, and also, we are just now finishing a priority that the coordinating board gave us, although Jane gave us a little extra time for it, which is providing a download of the aggregated data from the app counts page, and we're by high school, and we're just finishing that up. So those are the priorities that were handed to us last year. If you'll turn to the possible priorities page that was handed out, these are, if you look at the second bullet from last year, these are the ones that we talked about that were not made. The second one was made a priority, but we were not able to fulfill that without further information. The first one and the third one were significant discussions from last year. I know the one about the transmission there was discussed by the representative from the NSC, which generated a lot of interest, and that's something that y'all might want us to follow up on. And then the third one, adding another high school to the previous schools list, that was something that was brought up that got significant support last year, but didn't make the final priorities list. Right now, there's one on that one high school, and there's some discussion about wanting another one and why that is. If you go back up to the emails, these are things that that we've just gotten suggestions from some of the users. The search in the admin site can only be done by semester, and there was a request whether there could be done by a year, if it's commonly done by a full year, or over 2 years. And so you could say perhaps within a semester range. People will say, well, I want to know the whole year. I got to go back and do this 3 times. So that's something that we could look at. Modifying the migration of majors programs to allow a single school code or a single major code. So that would be a way of separating out, for example, grad from undergrad, or even one major to upload just the information about one major at a time. For those, that would be also probably more useful on the grad side. The third one there is, trivial in terms of doing it, but we would like to do it. There's the professional program says, if you are interested in a professional program, please choose from the drop down below, and one of the choices is no. So I just thought, well, it kind of doesn't make sense since the question said if. So I thought we can probably improve upon that in terms of usability. Suggestions from the team, and I'm just kind of going through these quickly. We had discussions before about suffixes and the difficulty of people putting in whatever they want, and so we have a couple of audits that say, or we don't even think they're audits. We have comments that say, please don't say Mr. as a suffix. And I contacted UT Admissions to see what they do, and they have basically something that throws out everything except junior, senior, and first, second, third, and fourth, maybe. I was a little surprised at how limiting it was, but that was kind of our fear before, was how do you come up with a selection that would count everything that's possible? But it seems like maybe it is doable if I'd have to see what the other institutions do and with that information, but it seems to be causing a problem if we just let them put in whatever they want. Where am I? Oh, the ability to change the dual credit selection later in the app. If they discover at some point that they should have designated or should not have, they have to delete the app and go back and start over. So that was a request that was bandied about last year that, again, was not.
Tim?
Yes.
While you're mentioning dual credit, we've asked about the possibility of splitting out the records between dual credit students versus freshmen. Has that Has that reached your list, or is that something that we need to talk
Splitting them out, how? You mean?
Well, right now, if you look at freshman applications, you can't tell if they're dual credit or if they're regular enrollment.
Looking at where?
The Apply Texas Counts, I don't know where else we find them, but the freshman app is the freshman app. It's not,
You mean on the public app counts page?
yeah,
Okay.
or I don't know of a place in the system that gives you a dual credit count of applications.
Okay, yeah, I think there's, yeah, there are probably places there are certainly places that don't do that. We do capture the information that they are dual credit, and if once we get down to the last bullet, that we're starting to introduce that. I think that's, Rebecca, remind me, is that in the download? The dual credit, is that, it's not in the download either yet, right? The 2-year, 4-year?
On the app counts?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so we can look at different ways of breaking that out, but yeah, that's something that's another thing y'all can talk about.
Okay.
Or the coordinator board could just ask for that in the reports. This specifically had to do with the application and the student ability to go back and change that selection after going through a good part of the app. Some of these changes after you got going seem easier than they really are, because once you've chosen a certain kind of app, then dynamically questions appear or don't based on that selection. And so going back and reselecting something earlier, it can be done, but it can be pretty complicated because you have to go back and reset some of the things that may have been answered after that, if that explanation made any sense. We are looking at, we want to modify the username password reset process and the password setting process, and I'm bringing this forward because it's not trivial, but we're already working on that. Right now, the system generates a random username for the applicant, and we get a lot of email to our password reset box, and many of them, 40% or so, are people who forgot their username. Maybe they forgot the answers to certain questions, so we're looking at the questions. We're in discussion with our information security office at UT, and so we want to bring forward, and just at this point, we're just kind of asking for support from the community to go ahead with that. One thing it'll do is hopefully cut down on emails, since every year we get more and more applicants, and so we're trying to make sure we don't just keep getting more and more emails that'll flood the help desk on that. Another thing that we need to address one way or another is the app residency, the online schools and schools across state borders. We talked about this last year, but we more and more are getting students who go to online schools. Previous schools will be online schools, and the online schools are listed as being in Arizona, but they're online, and so they fail some. So then we have audits that stop them for residency because they said they lived in Texas for the last 3 years, but now it looks like you say that the previous school you went to was in Arizona, and you graduated last year. So
You're talking about
high school, yeah, and so. But it also has always been a little bit of a problem, but not enough, I guess, to warrant much discussion here, was people who live Texarkana, or people who live close to a border and might be going to a school that's across in Arkansas or Louisiana, but they live in Texas. And we kind of have had to come up with workarounds for that, which we can continue to do, but we don't like them. And another way of doing it is to kind of relax the audit that just says, okay, we're not going to really enforce, we're not going to look at a comparison between the fact that you said you lived in Texas for the last 3 years, but you graduated from a school in Arizona. We're going to just say, okay, that's fine. We're not going to stop you. But if you want our audits to be as good as they are now, we're going to have to find a way of dealing with the online schools and schools across borders.
Tim?
Yeah.
I don't I think the discussion came about to say if there was a question after or underneath that it was an online school. Is this an online school? It was something about that. And if that checkbox was checked, then to allow that to go forward, but not to allow all.
Right.
I think so.
Yeah, this would be a suggestion that y'all would make. Yeah, it was not asked for us to do that, but that would be an answer. Yeah.
And one of the things that, in this regard, we probably need to check is the legal interpretation of the statute as to whether the expectation was that 36 months graduation from a Texas high school. So we would want to get that clarified also before going very far on that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. What is an online school a Texas school? I mean, the problem is that we have a schools database, and all these schools have an address, and that's the only way we know, other than a checkbox that would say it was an online school. We can't say that it's a Texas school or a non-Texas school. If it exists in the space above Texas, in the ether, is it a Texas school? And then there's a short list of things that we are currently doing as a result, again, of requests that we thought were non-controversial. We used to require a postal address on international addresses, and there are a number of countries that don't have postal codes. And so we simply just took away the requirement that there be a postal code on the international addresses. And this is done and in production. One of the things that we were asked to do, which I think could be very helpful, would be to allow for the migration of a single custom question by code instead of migrating all the questions for a school or for a major. So if people want to just one particular question they want to migrate to because they changed the text on it or something, then it would be that's doable. We just added that functionality recently, so that it sometimes causes problems from schools who are in the test environment and in the live environment, and they might be changing something in the test environment to play with it or for the next year, and then they want to change something in the live environment, but they want to put it in test and then migrate it, and then it migrates everything that was in test and overwrites what was in live. So this allows people to more specifically update, as it were, really what they want down to the level of one particular question. Might not be something a lot of people use, but it seems like, but in a couple of instances it was very useful. We did add dual credit information to the app listing page in the counselor suite. So this is at least the first step in our breaking out of the dual credit. So when a counselor goes to the app listing for a particular student, the detailed app listing, it will show which ones are dual credit and which ones are not. Okay, and that's done. We are also, the final one is also done. We have a report that will include custom questions and answers that's download that people can access, the admins can access. All the custom questions and answers for the institution and also per major for the major specific custom questions on the grad side. And then we are in the process of putting together a program to email applicants whose applications are about to be deleted for non-action. We have a 90-day, and sometimes, they don't know that it's going to get deleted, or they come back and and then they email the help desk. And so this is another kind of a warning. You've got an app in there that hasn't been touched in 90 days, and we're going to delete it in a certain number of days. So that's what I've got as far as report on what happened last year and some possible things to think about for this year.
Tim, do you know if the test module for Counselor Suite reflects the change to include the dual credit?
Probably. I would doubt at this point that it does. David, do you know? The current, I don't know that we've changed the test site to include a. Okay,
Thank you.
Tim,
yeah.
do you have the verbiage for that email that's going to go out to?
I don't know if we have that yet. Does anybody from the team know whether we have we have verbiage yet for what's going to be said? I know we just started that. If there's suggestions from the committee and/or the coordinating board on what you would like to see in that, we would always welcome help.
And I think the only other question I had is how many days before the 90 are you sending
I'm
that
not
out?
sure. I don't know that we've
Right
just.
now, we have it set for 2 weeks before, and I, that can be changed. And
We thought that was decent. You don't want to be just the day before, but you don't want to make it so early they completely forget about it. So 2 weeks seemed like good, 10 days, whatever, if y'all have suggestions on that. Otherwise, we can start it and then see if that works or not.
Well, because I know our university sends out communication to those that have started that have saved but not submitted. And I'll have to see how long that drip of communication is. But we wouldn't want to flash on those too.
So you have something, someone, I assume, that goes into the admin site and sees the saved apps for that. And then I'm assuming, so at a certain point after 90 days of non-use, then they would just disappear from your
It does.
from your view.
It does.
So at least you wouldn't be, but I see what you mean. It's like you wouldn't necessarily want to ask them on the 88th day if they're basically not interested anyway, right? You're going to ask them to go ahead and finish.
Right.
Yeah. Depends on how far ahead of time you want that list. I mean, if somebody goes in and says, "Oh, I'm gonna write this person," and they're on the list, and then the next day they disappear from the list, you might be in the middle of an email to them. You might have some staff in the middle of an email to them.
Yeah, it's automated through our CRM. You know what? I have the verbiage for that email, so I can maybe tweak that a little bit and send it out to this committee for suggestions on the verbiage that would go out. Do you have know when you want to get this in place? Is there?
We were thinking we were going to go ahead and do it, but it may be, we hadn't thought through the fact, as I said, we consider these to be non-controversial. So if they turn out to be controversial, then we certainly, I'll remove them from the non-controversial list, and we can prepare it and then come forward with it in some detail. I certainly see the problem.
And and the reply back, the reply to is going to come to your help desk?
Hadn't thought through the reply to. We
okay.
Probably thought there wouldn't be one. Would you like to be the reply to for those?
Well, no, not I. But I guess that was why I was asking about the verbiage as to if they have technical questions to contact you, but otherwise it would go to the school. So.
Yeah, I mean, from our point of view, it was a simple heads up, because we get people email in and say, "What happened to my app?"
Okay, so you just weren't going to have a reply. Okay.
We weren't going to. It was just a notification. I don't think we wanted to initiate a back and forth.
Okay.
But I certainly see how, if you've got something automated and you don't know that something's about to be deleted necessarily, and maybe there's a way we can. I don't know, maybe there's a way we can help you with that, with some sort of field or something that would say, I don't know, I'm just making some up and so that the team can yell at me later. Something about, how many days it's been that it hasn't been looked at, or whether it's about to be, whether it'll be deleted on a certain date or something like that.
And I think, going back to the suggestions from the team, the suffixes, I think that pull-down menu, someone was going to look at what was available on FAFSA to match that, because we also had that conversation about the level of education for, I've slept since then, so was it the level of education? What was that?
Well, there was one,
That parent level, so we were going to try to match those two to whatever was in FAFSA.
One of them might have been having to do with parent versus mother-father. Was that on the FAFSA also? There was one we couldn't.
Yeah, it was parent one and parent two.
We wanted to change that and couldn't, on that particular item.
Oh, okay.
Go back to the email question for a second. It might just be better if to kind of delineate it from any kinds of notifications that might come from an institution that says, we noticed you've started an application for us and you've not finished. If the one from Apply Texas was just, this is a system-generated email due to inactivity for, so many days, your application will be deleted in 14 days or whatever. Not anything related to their actual
What they do.
what they're doing or whatnot, just kind of like, I get them every 30 days from the DOD about the MOU, due to inactivity, after 45 days, you'll have to set it up again. And I just go in, I log in and move on. But this way, that's not tied to their actual it's really a business transaction. Like, you haven't touched this in 80 days, so in 10 more days, we're going to cut you off. That way, if institutions are still contacting them, it's very separate from that.
Yeah, it was going to be very terse.
In a polite way, it was going to be politely terse.
Yeah, brief, just, you have applications that are about to be deleted.
Right. And I think that could be handled with the situation you're talking about where you might still be contacting someone and then they would just need to go and start an app again if they were interested in submitting to you and they hadn't touched an already saved app for 3 months.
Right.
And then you said, hey, I see, would you like to finish your app? Worst case scenario, they're going to come back and say, I can't find that. It looks like it's been deleted. Then you'd say, well, you need to start another one if you're interested in
I have
applying.
a question. So I guess I misunderstood. It sounded to me originally that this was somebody that had not been in to Apply Texas for 90 days, but now I'm understanding that it's specific to applications. So if they've applied to Texas A&M and my school and they haven't touched my app for 90 days, my application will get deleted, not Texas
Right.
A&M.
Yes, school specific if
Would
they've
you
not.
list out the
yeah.
applications that are being deleted then?
I think probably in the email, we haven't, again, kind of finished the text and email, but I'm assuming the email would specifically say the application to this, it would be only one unless they had created two the same day, right, and not looked at either one of them. I don't know whether we'd want to send, excuse me? Yeah, and it might even need a separate email for each one in case a person had more than one. But yeah, we put the app ID, but but you're right, it's for a specific app to a specific institution that has already been saved in our system, but not no changes have been made for 90 days.
Right.
I would guess most students would respond better if it has the app ID and the school name, not just the ID number. If that's possible.
And
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for clarification, they've gone through any save. It doesn't have to be saved through the last page or as long as they've saved an
I
application.
believe that's what it is. It's just activity, right? I think that's, which I guess would be save. It wouldn't count as activity if they've gone into does accessing a page is that considered activity? We don't. Yeah. So if you go into a page, you've been out for 85 days and you type in a couple of fields, but then you leave the page, that's not activity from our point of view. That you have to have made a change and saved it to show what we would consider activity. And I think, for our purposes, then it would be good. We'll come up with something and find either it will be addressed in the next meeting or via email or something if we want to hold off on it in terms of getting the data in the email and the verbiage correct.
Tim?
Mm-hmm.
You may have heard the buzz in the room earlier, and remember, I'm the messenger here. But we've had a little bit of legislation that crept up on, I think, all of us, and it is in reference to applicants. It's House Bill 4046, and many different interpretations. I think we've discovered that today as well as we've met with our legal counsel. But basically, this protects the rights of applicants and it's an extension of FERPA for applicants. What does that mean exactly? To me, it meant as we have high school counselors and parents calling, or as we're working with counselors, whatever way to talk to them about application status for their students or their individual student. To others, it's been interpreted as a directory information issue. For us, that doesn't exist because there is no directory information on our applicants, and they're not in our directory. So we've been tossing around ideas or looking at solutions that might help us work through this on Apply Texas from the beginning, so that we can work with these people in reference to our students. And is it an appropriate time? Can we discuss that with you, or discuss some options with you about what we might do? Because this bill did go into effect on September 1st, and we're all kind of have our hands tied.
If you Google HB space 4046, I think for me at least, the first thing that came up was the text for this. I think it sounds like there's not a clear idea as to what exactly we need to do about it. Would it be just, part of it might be verbiage on some acknowledgement, but it sounds like we also might need to, it might affect the sharing of data, or?
Correct, and seemed easy. Our thoughts were, could we ask the student to authorize the release of their data to their high school official, or to a parent one, parent two, or to, or to an individual through Apply Texas, and have that release up front instead of us trying to get it behind the scenes.
Reading through the bill, it says that if a parent requests the information of a high school student, you have to release it already.
But I think when we've all gone to our legal counsel and had that interpreted, it's not necessarily about that we don't release something to them, it's that it's protecting the student also. And if the student has submitted something to us, we can release it back to that student. But as of right now, we can't discuss that student's application with their parent or with their guidance counselor or principal or anyone else except that student.
And in relation to that, what we were advised is that we'd have to be able to confirm they are the parent. I know we were looking at actually having the student using dynamic questions for the time being, because we're already in the middle of this. It's already happened. But actually asking the students to name the parent or guardian that they would release, or whoever, because it's also eliminating the opportunity to speak with high school counselors. But actually looking for a name, so then we could verify with a name that that person is the correct person, because the student would have named them. And we were looking at dynamic questions for the time being, hoping we could do something on Apply Texas for the future.
Are you indicating that in your SIS somewhere?
We're not going to upload it into SIS, at least not immediately. The way we're set up at UNT, that just wouldn't happen. So it would be uploaded into our imaging system, and if a person called, we'd be able to check imaging, because we do collect the paper downloads directly into imaging, so we could see the answers on there.
If we use a form, we'll be putting it in imaging only. If we can get a question, whether it's a dynamic question or a standard question on Apply Texas, we will upload it to our SIS.
We actually are building, we're building something on our institution side to ask the student to whom we can release information, and we are going to load that in our SIS in Banner. We also, though, we've interpreted the bill as applicant information is directory information. And the odd thing about this bill is that it covers the student under FERPA, and it says that the student has to opt in to allow their information to be included in the directory, whereas the bill that is applicable to an enrolled student says the student has to opt out. And so what we were hoping for was on Apply Texas, that we at the very least could ask the student if they wish to opt in to allowing their directory information to be shared you know, if the request for that information was reasonable. And then we would, on the institution side, ask the student to whom could their other information be shared. But we may want to use Apply Texas to at the very least get permission to share it with high school counselor, because I think 4046 may make the high school counselor suite at risk. If the student hasn't given implicit approval to include their information, I think this bill now says you can't share it. There is an
And I
acknowledgement.
believe we all have recruiters who hit the road this week talking to high school counselors.
All the time about student records and where, yeah.
Well, what's the acknowledgement that's in Apply Texas right now? There are a couple of different acknowledgements. One is bacterial meningitis. I think there are 3. Doesn't one of
Reverse
those
transfer.
reverse transfer? Doesn't one of those include a high school
Information.
counselor?
Counselor?
I don't think so.
No.
But
One talks about information collected, but I don't think it specifically refers to the counselor.
There used to be one that referred to the
That's what I
counselor suite,
thought.
but not anymore.
That was the one that allowed for opting out, right? Is that- Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was remembering.
So, for first-time in college students, we provide FERPA waivers. Do you guys do that at orientation?
At orientation, but that's too late for us.
Yeah, that's right.
And the applicants were never covered under FERPA anyway, so, you know, it wasn't a big deal. And it's not that we're sharing, we could talk directory information, even though I've been told we don't have directory information on applicants, because we don't just sell it or give it away. But, lost my train of thought. Anyway, ours is more about the status checks and about working with the counselors to get their students, get their things finalized and let them know what's missing or what the student hasn't done.
I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but just looking at the law, though, it does specifically state that a record covered by subsection B shall be made available on the request of educational institution personnel, students involved, or the student's parent, legal guardian, or spouse, or person conducting a child abuse investigation, that type of thing.
But read further down. Further down, in the last part of it, it says the parent if the student is a minor. So I don't know which one trumps which. Do you see that toward the end?
Our direction has been no one, not even for minors.
So it says if an applicant for admission to an educational institution described by subsection B or a parent or legal guardian of a minor applicant, those can all request the information in there. So to me, it's still allows us to be able to discuss it with the parent. It's somebody other than that.
Well,
With the
there's a
exception
bulleted
of-
portion to that where the parent is named at the top. And then at the bottom, it says the parent, it implies only if the student is a minor. So it says 2 different things in the
Yeah.
same bill. So I don't know which one you.
Has the courting board tackled this to maybe do an interpretation of that for higher ed? Okay.
And I suppose with regard to Apply Texas, then, once that's done, then we can address whether any text or acknowledgements for the student. Is that kind of where we might be going? I said, wouldn't affect our ability to collect the data or deliver it to the institution, yeah? Okay.
Can I ask one show of hands? How many people will be adding custom questions to your application?
Yeah, if Apply Texas doesn't take this on and add it pretty quick, we're going to have to add that, and then we're going to have to query all the kids who've applied thus far, and even then, you've got
Even
all
then, we're
those
gonna
who
have
have
to
an app
query.
on file or saved, not submitted, who aren't going to see this.
For those schools who are on banner, when we collect the FERPA waivers, we ask them who they will allow us to speak to, and we do record that information, but we record it on spot comment. So, but that's how, but, you know, it works.
You do that where, at orientation?
But that
Yeah,
should,
but
but
that-
I know this is all after the fact.
I was gonna
It's
say-
not in reference to this House bill, I'm just
Yeah.
saying that's where we store it right now.
Yeah, we all collect that, I think, at that point, because that's in anticipation of it
Right,
being an enrolled student.
For the
Yeah.
future. But this is not, it's not in reference to 4046.
Right.
But we
So
we
as of
actually
right now,
put
if
that
we're
information
talking-
in there.
As we're out, as our recruiters are out talking to counselors today,
We're all in violation, maybe?
Yeah.
I didn't want to say it, you did.
I don't think it's this brownie speaking here.
I actually put together a brief text of what we might add to Apply Texas, and if we could somehow incorporate in this explicit release to the high school counselors and parents, that would be probably be pretty good. What do you think, Jane? Do you
If
think?
you share that with us, we'll share it with the full group. In the meantime, try to get a legal read on our options.
Okay.
So part of the fear, or the concern, has to do with counselors, the information in the counselor suite, and we might end up having to revisit some of our opt-in, opt-out things, you think? That would,
From what is being stated here, yeah.
you know, we work so hard to get rid of those things.
I know. Sorry.
I've just had a question come in from a colleague concerning text messaging and how you handle the capturing of that, being allowed to text message.
With the new FCC now, they have to opt in before they can get any text messages or any robocalls. At least that's what it looks like right now. Our legislative office is taking a look at it. There's no more opt-out. If that stands the way it's written, and like I said, we've asked our office to take a look, general counsel take a look, but if it stands as written, then students have to opt in, instead of us giving them the old option of opt-out.
And then just so the rest of us that aren't totally aware of this, what is that referring to so we can look it up?
I don't know the actual number. I'd have to go find it. I'll text someone and see if they can give me the number. It was a ruling from the FCC.
How recent is that?
Very,
Very?
very recent.
Is this something we would consider putting on Apply Texas as a? Because more and more, the best way to communicate with students is through text messaging and not, emails just seem to not be as effective.
I think this covers anything robo or text, is that right? Straight telecounseling is okay.
Can I ask a question, just so I can make sure where we are with all of these things that we just discussed? Is the next move to rank anything or give recommendations as far as the committee goes? I know we've done it that way before, where we determine what's priority, or is this what we are saying is our priority for this year? What's listed on this?
These are, my understanding is, we're not at the point of ranking.
Okay.
I think we're at the point right now where just, these are some ideas, and so among the things you might want to bring, and I know the subcommittees will bring other ideas once they get forward, I just thought it would be it would just be of interest to us on the team as to whether some of the things listed here are things that you feel strongly about. Do you want to, there are some of them that I'm just trying to seed some ideas, so that you have something to talk about as a carryover from last year, so that everything that we didn't do last year just gets forgotten unless somebody happens to bring it up again.
I have a couple of carryovers from last year that I don't see on here.
Okay? I deliberately left anything you said out.
One of them is a carryover from the last 3 years, I will say. Has to do with concentrations. Anyone remember that one? And whether or not that could be included in Apply Texas. Another one that we brought up last year was had to do with essays, and those being controlled by the deadline date. I know currently we can have a deadline and no apps will be transmitted after that deadline and completed, but essays continue to come, and we've had to try to remember that for one and do something on our side to stop that from completing our files. So if there was a way to opt in or out of having that deadline apply to essays. I know not all schools will want to enforce that, but.
So have a way for the admin at A&M to say, we want our essays on the same day. The deadline for the app is the same deadline for essays. Don't let
Right.
anybody send them later.
Right, don't send us any more information with regard to a freshman app after this date, yeah. And then, speaking of essays, wondering if there's any intent to change the topics this year, because I think we're actually a year beyond what we typically do for topics. We've had these for 3 years. Yeah.
I
have
do
y'all
not know how the topics are set.
I think it's your turn. If you want your turn, yeah.
So the setting of the topics for the essays has been set by the UT or A&M?
In cooperation with this. Yeah, but it's always in cooperation with this group. I mean, one or the other of us brings recommended new topics, and then it's open for discussion here. So Mike, are you going to bring recommended topics, or?
We will.
Okay.
This is what is referred to as the essay prompts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
A and B, typically.
Mm-hmm.
So we should make that an agenda item for next meeting. Okay. That way it's already posted.
Just a quick follow-up, it's FCC 1572.
They're brand new.
FCC?
FCC 1572. June 18th was when the ruling was sent down. It was released July 10th.
Rebecca, one more time, can you just explain what it said?
Well, the way it's being described to us at UNT is it put forth some restrictions on being able to use anything that's text or robocalls, like an auto dialer. And what it said was students have to be able, this is what UNT is thinking it said, and this is why we sent it to General Counsel now. The way we read it, it looked like it was saying students have to opt in, that they would allow themselves to receive auto-dialed phone calls or text messages before you could send them. In the past, what we've done is send them with an opt-out opportunity if they didn't want to receive them again. And this appeared to us to say they have to opt in before you can ever send one.
And this is for all students that are applying or currently enrolled?
That's the way that we had read it, yes.
But if I remember correctly, emergency
was exempt, yes. Emergency notifications were exempted from this.
Okay, so in light of this, would we possibly consider maybe for next time adding this to the Apply Texas, adding a question to Apply Texas? as to whether or not a student would like to be communicated through text message? Or is this our own individual?
That might be something to consider. I'm
think
more
it'd
into
be
the
this-
4046 thing right now.
I do think that that would be the safer option. You could catch them as applicants, and then you're allowing students to opt in for those that use. We don't right now use text messaging, but we do use the auto dialers quite a bit. That's what got our attention.
And you don't have a custom question set up for?
Not yet.
Yeah, we already had one set up.
Could you
I have
share?
a little bit of
Yeah,
concern.
could you share that, Michelle? Could you share that with us?
Very unsophisticated, but sure.
Okay.
I have a little bit of trouble of adding a question that every student who does an application has to opt in or out. If indeed this is if there are schools that don't use that approach at all, if you can do that with a custom question, and that's, again, my naivete about trying to keep the question number down and that kind of thing. I don't know if that's a big deal to the students or not.
Well, you
The
might
only
look at
thing
the
is, as
number
our
of
recruiting
students.
methods are becoming more sophisticated and our CRMs allow us to do these things, that I think more and more of us will be using those options.
Well, also, that's always a fuzzy line because it's legislative. I mean,
Right.
we're, as Apply Texas, I mean, we have to abide. And so if this is going to help all Texas schools, even if they're not using it, it would keep them compliant. And I think that we should be helpful in that way, I guess.
It's something to consider, and we're not making final decisions here today.
Yeah, I think we should have further discussion on it, especially given in light of the most recent, what you just quoted right now from the FCC.
And if we hear back from general counsel, I'll share what they said. We haven't heard back from our general counsel yet.
I mean, at least we have an alternative, which would be, to add our own custom question. But if it's something that, and I agree with you, Christine, if it's something that would, in the long run, protect all schools, whether they use it or not, it may be something that we do need to consider at this point, because text messaging is what's happening right now. So.
Well, and I'll drop my objection. I just felt I needed to point out, we
No,
don't want to add any
that's a good
questions
point.
if we
That's
can
right.
avoid it.
No, no, Jane, you're exactly right. It's just that we're always on edge, concerning any, like House Bill, this new one, 4046, and all these other, we're just trying to stay compliant, I think.
And I agree. I actually have the opposite approach. I think that the more standardized questions that we have as opposed to custom questions, the better the application is because it's more streamlined. Not that I would use that particular question, which is a recommendation I brought up last year on having more options where institutions could opt in and out of some standardized questions. Very similar to the essay, essay 1, essay 2, and it says not required, optional. And it would just be nice if we had a list of those types of things where there's specific questions where at the institutional level you can opt in and out of those. I recently did a poll of the private institutions, and a lot of us use almost the same exact custom questions across the board. And so it's just that, going back to that, it would be, and then they come in a more structured format as opposed to text boxes, and some do it this way, some do it that way. Just my,
And that was the genesis of your request for the parental information, which got put into and is used by
correct.
quite a few institutions now, yeah.
How does this impact that summer melt project that, as far as a community college, we're not set up to currently use text messaging? I'm just thinking because that's really our only way that we notify. We don't notify students, but our students are notified by text message through the coordinating board, and we're asked. So I would say that it would fall under this because there are applicants. So I would say that would heighten the need for this at least as an opt-in question, or a, similar to the dual credit question, that's an opt-in or opt-out, or you can use it or you can't, But I think if we're going, and I agree with Candace, I think if it's decided to do an opt-in, opt-out question, that it's clearly labeled what it's referring to, because not everybody's involved in all of these conversations, just so it's what bill or what legislation or whatever it's tied to. I'm just concerned about the summer, and I know eventually if our system can ever handle text messaging, I'm sure that's where we're going. We just can barely handle emailing right now, so I'm just...
And the program you're referring to, I mean, that really hits both of these pieces
Yeah.
of legislation,
Mhm.
sharing,
Yeah,
us sharing our applicant information
Mhm.
back. And
Yeah, so, I mean, and we know there's parents or students out there that are aware of both of these things, and then that would be concerning, and then just put us
Well, to me, the
at
only
risk.
I mean, the only thing that this would affect to me is the unsolicited contact. It's for that if that student has not inquired with your institution at all. But if that student has filled out an inquiry card, if they have filled out an application, then they are authorizing you to be able to do this. So this does, to me, would not fall under that, because they've provided their information to you. If you're going out to a search list and doing this, then that's a
yeah, I'm
that's a
not
problem.
sure the FCC sees it that way, though.
Well, I mean, but the student does. I mean, that's one of the things you could include as part of the application process or whatever. But it's just, how long do you want that section to be? Or that one little check mark, they open it up and there's 20 pages of things that they were supposed to read. Yeah, to opt in for.
But it says fax advertisements. Is that not? That's different than what we're doing, isn't it? Fax advertisements. Yeah. That's totally different than communicating with someone via text, I would think.
Are there any other topics that people want to bring back up? I know I'm veering off here, but I'm trying to bring us back. I didn't know if there was anything else as far as from two-year perspective. I know at the summer meeting or our breakout session, we did talk about possibly from the two-year perspective, thinking of dual credit specific, making things a little bit more simplified for dual credit students because they get lost in the language of the residency questions. I know that was quite a bit of discussion about that. So, and then I wrote shortening in the application. And then I was actually asked this week about, is the application in Spanish? Our president asked me that, and I said, no, the Applied Texas is not currently. So.
The recommendation, I remember that conversation, and it was, the recommendation was to look at making the residency an opt-in, opt-out, like what we did with the parent section. Is that something that's still on the list to consider?
The residency bit can come into play for, at least I get questions about, from dual credit parents about residency for their children, because if they're having to pay tuition through a public institution, there is a question of whether it's a resident or non-resident. And so unless the tuition and fees are just being waived across the board, the residency questions would be relevant for dual credit.
My recommendation was to let each university determine if residency is something that is pertaining to their specific application, similar to how we have the parent information as where they can say opt-in yes or no, that they want it displayed on their app.
I think from the two-year perspective, it wasn't to opt in or opt out of the questions. It's now that we have the question at the beginning of the application to say whether or not they are a dual credit student, and all of the wording that's been changed to simplify that. But people don't understand what domicile means, or question, or the information within the question. So I don't know if it could be a recommendation to add text, or if we could have text boxes added, the functionality to be able to add text boxes above the residency questions by if they say that they're a dual credit student, and then that text box that has the information that maybe gives definitions, it's not that we didn't, I don't think what the 2-year, at least my interpretation of the discussion wasn't that we didn't want to ask the questions, but if we could figure out a way to clearly deliver that information to the students so that they understand what they're completing, and even the parents don't always understand, I don't think, how they need to really answer the questions. I mean, that's just my perspective.
Is that
so.
more true for the dual credit students than for the regular students? If you work out the additional information that might help a dual credit student, would that not also perhaps help a regular freshman applicant?
It probably would help.
So it might be something, if developed, could be broader, more broadly used.
While we're bringing up new legislation and things of that nature, will the new regulation, Jane, and you may have some knowledge about this, the new regulation for requiring prior year FAFSA income, do you think that's going to have any effect on the Apply Texas application for 17-18?
I think we've got to assume that will, because the FAFSA will, assuming we're still in Counselor Suite, based on 4046 and all that stuff. If we are still in Counselor Suite, then that would impact when the data for the new year starts being available, because kids will be able to apply in October for the following fall, as opposed to waiting until January to do so. I don't know why it would make much other difference, but I haven't done any in-depth looking, but it just sounds like what it's doing is allowing a student to apply for financial aid based on the prior year income, so they don't have to wait until the income tax is filed, and therefore the FAFSA doesn't have to wait until January to be open for the following year. So some adjustments as to when those updates would start coming in for the Counselor Suite, but I don't know of another implication.
I don't know of one either, but I think that is something we'll have to look at, is at what point do we flip the years. Now, I think that also doesn't come to effect until October 2016.
That's right.
Okay.
And do we currently have 2 years of FAFSA data, or just 1 year at a time?
I think we just, David would know better than anybody, but I think we just replace the file, right? Whenever we get the file from Coordinating Board on FAFSA data.
Okay, so that's another impact, and I don't know if that's a significant impact, but it would mean that we pull the prior year FAFSA data out of the system at an earlier point in time. Right?
Oh, you mean the Coordinating Board would do that?
No, that what you're showing in Counselor Suite would drop the
Drop the
current
prior year?
Yeah.
For the current year? That would be what we would need to decide, and I guess we need to decide that in conjunction, in coordination with you, right? Because we just put up what you send us, right? And right now, I guess we do that right about now, or end of September? About when David, when do we change to where we're no longer displaying previous year information? We just put up they sent us, so it'd be really your decision.
So when we start sending it to you in January, February, that's what's shown as opposed to what was there before. So this would happen again in the new system, assumedly.
Right.
And again, I don't know that impacts much of anything other than the high schools will need to understand that this is no longer for this year, but for the following year.
And I guess we do get emails about when that's going to happen, right? When the FAFSA's, so we'll need to make sure we communicate so the counselors will know. And I'm sure their schools are going to be telling them when this change is taking place, is when they'll start getting FAFSA information.
Is there any other discussion in regard to the upcoming changes?
I would like, if not, I would just like a little bit of yay or nay, or just don't do anything yet from a couple things we brought up, like that we thought would be useful, that we didn't know, or we didn't think would be controversial. One is to go ahead with the username password changes to make it easier to use, and certainly give updates as we go along on that. And also, I think we've already started to work on the ability to change the dual credit selection while further into the app. Does anybody have a problem with our going forward with that so that they can change that? I think those are the ones we mostly wanted to kind of move ahead with, and then as we have heard some of the discussion today, we can begin to take a look at it and assess it, because the next step would be, after the subcommittees get together, to present us with, here are a list of things we'd like you to take a serious look at. And because the committees are, especially if they're meeting, as has been said before, it's a problem when they meet the same day or the day before, not only for them, but then we don't have a lot of time to figure out how easy or hard or how much time certain things are going to take. But if we are involved in email or online discussions, then we can come to the next meeting knowing what the subcommittee wants to bring forward, and we'll have been able to do decent assessments of time and resources involved.
Tim, if you can add one more, I'm pretty sure, I mean, I know we didn't vote on it or anything, but the add another high school to previous schools list, I think we actually stated at Apply Texas Workshop that was in the works already. So if that could be the next one out of those three, I don't see a problem with those other two.
I'd just like to see how the wording's going to be framed for that.
For the high school?
For the high school, just to avoid confusion, because the student will go, I've only gone to one, why do I need to list it?
Yes, sir. We actually, we drew that out, right? It's just going to look like the same one, and if they have it's a drop down, it's a dynamic if they had more than one, so it'd be just
it's like list previous colleges. It's just list previous high schools.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have dates. The problem, as I recall, the problem is typically the transcript from a previous high school is included in the final high school, but if they change at the last year, then it wouldn't be. We want to be able to send, since we'll send you to previous high schools, and you would then know to. You might need to expect a transcript from that other school, because they went to two different ones. You're going to get a possible request.
And it will be able to handle high school unknown for both of those, for the international students. And that's the issue, is sometimes that they've got to do that search and then click on that button to say school not found or something like that, and do that for both of them if they've attended more than one high school. Okay.
As I remember, it's a duplication of the first high school selection, so yeah.
We would just be sending you two if they fill in two.
I don't think you got an answer to your question, Tim.
Which one?
You were asking about the group's support of the username password change and the dual credit change, ability to change further in the application, and there was I didn't see any vote taken or anything that would give you an answer to those.
From where I'm sitting, I saw nodding heads and no shaking heads, but I don't know whether there has to be any kind of official voting or anything on that, but
Tim, regarding the dual credit, I don't know if anybody else sees this, but we see a lot of students, again, that don't understand the question, and sometimes they've already graduated or are graduating, so they're not really dual credit. Is there anything we can put in place to kind of help that?
There's new verbiage.
Yeah, we're on our third year of trying new verbiage, but we're certainly open to changing it if that helps. It seems like every time I do believe we've improved it every year. Yeah. I know there's an example or an analog or a metaphor that would be clever here, but I can't think of it. Where every time you fix something, then something new kind of emerges. That here's a little group of people that are now having a problem that didn't before because of the wording before. But we certainly are open to any suggestions if you think it would improve the situation. I don't know what other people's experience is this year with the new wording. A lot of what we added or changed was to try to make it simpler, more straightforward. I think the first year we had a paragraph or maybe two. I don't think I answered your question, but
Well, it is.
I didn't answer it elegantly, I think, hopefully.
So it's safe to say that we're all in agreement of the 3 recommendations from Tim of what we want them to move forward with as far as from the Apply Texas to add another high school to previous schools listing, including dates of attendance, basically mimicking the information that's already there, that option. Ability to change dual credit section later in the application. And then the profile, modify username and password process. Is the Apply Texas committee in agreement with that? Yes. Okay, thank you.
What about the notice about the 90-day? There was some talk about some feedback as to what the wording should be. Is that also something to be agreed upon, or is that?
I think the recommendation is that the Applied Texas team will provide the email that is planning to be sent out to the advisory committee for review, and then let us know when that process will start. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's fine. If y'all wanted it sooner, then you could designate someone, or I could email the group or a subcommittee to help us with the actual the details of the email. Otherwise, we would present what we thought to be a good option and then bring it to the next meeting.
I would like to recommend one other thing. We're seeing more and more this year of when you first go out to the application, it gives you the options to select the 4-year versus a 2-year versus a graduate application. For some reason, we're seeing more students fill out the graduate application
Because they think they graduated.
because they graduated from high school. And I'm not sure if there's a way that can be reworded or have something that goes out to describe the groups a little bit. I know that when we were first setting up the application, everybody kind of defined a transfer student a different way, defined students a different way, but there may be something that's a little broader in general to avoid the student from clicking on the graduate app inadvertently. So I don't know if there's a way, because you've just got those 4 tabs when you first open up the app, if there's a way that you can clarify something on that page.
That's right.
That's true. I agree.
That's auto deny. Yeah. They don't think. I guess they wouldn't get real far because as soon as they start getting into educational background,
they keep going.
Well, I think they.
Yeah.
Could it be graduate parentheses, master's
programs.
PhD, something like that might get them? Maybe that's where their eventual goal is, and so they'll go that route anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to get a PhD someday. I'll go here.
See that from the transfer side as well as the high school side too. Sometimes
I have determined that there is no simple declarative sentence that can't be interpreted at least 3 ways, much less
I know. It's like, how many things can we do?
You've been spending too much time with this group.
Jane, did you have?
I think the only other thing, and that we need to do before we leave is talk about the next meeting date. And I don't know if you're ready to move to that or not. I'm not trying to curtail any discussion.
I did want to ask one question. Tim brought to my attention that we do have a student who is part of the Apply Texas Advisory Committee, but I believe that student attended maybe one other time. If that position is available, I'm not sure how that gets filled.
I'll have to look into it. It's a 2-year position, or 2-year, I think it's a 2-year term. And I'll see if there's anything we can do.
I think that maybe that person could designate somebody else if you can't remove that person or whatever.
Yeah, I'll just see if we have any options.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it was an undergraduate
our rules
student.
have now changed to say it needs to be an undergraduate.
I'm not sure how that student gets appointed or how they get nominated, but
They're nominated by President, Chancellor, just like members of the committee.
okay.
I'll see what I can find out. We're certainly sending her all of the invitations and just not getting a response. So whether she is still even here, or we'll find out. We'll see what we can find out.
That's it.
And I think Pilar is still representing the counselors, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it appropriate to bring up maybe additional things to consider for this year for changes, like one I got from a high school counselor? Or should that come via subcommittees?
Okay.
If we have that information right now, would that be appropriate, Jane? Or does it have to come through a subcommittee?
There's nothing anywhere that says it has to come through a subcommittee. We've kind of been wafting and waning in this last session, so I would imagine you can go ahead and bring it up, but again, in the future, we want to try to get things clumped by topic, and so that the main idea is someone who was trying to decide what part of the agenda to listen in on, that they would have a sense of when it might come up, is my interpretation.
Okay. Well, this has to do with essays as well. One is to change the essay to give students a word count as opposed to a line and a character count. I already talked to Tim a little bit about that. But the feeling is that they are accustomed to writing essays of a certain word length as opposed to character and line length. And this may help them in completing the essays. And another one was to allow an optional essay where the institution could define the essay topic. I know a lot of us have a third essay, or somehow are asking students to provide additional information that they might be able to provide in a third essay. And I don't know how much support there is for that one, but it's an idea of an optional essay that you could opt into, and then you could actually define the topic yourself. And so Apply Texas's role would be just simply transmission of that, essentially. And one final thing had to do with requiring students to fill out the senior courses on the freshman application. We have trouble with that, where students will not fill that in, and then the transcript we get doesn't have their senior courses on it. And so we have to do a lot of follow-up with that student. I realize there are students who apply for freshman admission who have completed high school, so I would recommend that requirement be only for students whose graduation date is in the future and not in the past, potentially. Believe it or not, that's it.
All right. Well, mine kind of goes back. I'll just be a broken record. mine goes back to opting in and out of questions. And as I mentioned before, I polled the private colleges, and we have a number of common questions across all the colleges. And so I understand that there's some public universities don't use the suspense and felony questions. Private universities do use those across the board. So if that's something we could have, again, as an opt-in or out, we ask questions like suspense and felony, where we have standardized wording that we pull from like the common application and those types of things. Campus residency, whether they plan on living on campus, their religious preferences, financial aid interest, and then we ask additional parent information, which I could envision being a block of parent information, like employer, if they work for the university, who their employer is, those types of things. And then you could add in your text messaging question. Oh, I do have one more. Sorry. Essays. So it gets confusing because when I say we, I'm talking about private institutions, don't necessarily care a lot of times what essay a student submits. It's really looking at their responses and their grammar, those types of things. Within the application, the only options for the essays are required, optional, or not applicable. However, we put them as optional, or if you put them as required, then they have to submit all of them. If you put them as optional, then the student thinks that they don't have to submit any of them. But we only require one essay. So we don't care which one they select, but we do want them to select one. So I've tried playing around with the app, and we've tried working with other institutions, and I think it's gone back to custom questions, but we're just trying to figure out how we can work with the way that Applied Texas currently works, but just saying that we just need one of your essays. We don't need all 4, 5, or 3.
Yeah, we would welcome some discussion about that. I know that some of the other institutions or programs in graduate school deal with this kind of issue too. It's, yeah, I need you to answer this one and one of the other 4, and usually they handle that through custom questions. But maybe there's a better way to do it. We just have to find out a way that works for everybody.
So I would think that those are great starting points for the undergraduate subcommittee. Okay, and then we can move forward with those as they come in as suggestions from that group prioritized. Look at Joy.
Is there anything else?
Are we?
Oh, go ahead.
Well,
Sorry. Go ahead. No, it's all right.
I've been waiting all day for this. We did agree that the technical was within the, okay, then I do. Still, the limitations that we have with receiving applications, I know that we've talked about splitting out the different types and essays. Is that part of the different types category? Because I know that we talked about that in the past.
I'm sorry, I was typing from
That's
previous things. Go ahead.
From the last year, splitting out different types of application delivery,
Right.
does that include essays?
It can. We already send the essays separately,
Right,
but
and
the NSC puts them all into one file.
And when I contacted them, they told me to contact Applied Texas about that, which then somebody responded back to me and said that this functionality was not available from Applied Texas.
Who contacted you?
I don't know.
Was
I'll
it somebody
look
from the
up.
NSC or?
It was from Applied Texas.
Oh, well, I guess maybe it depends on what exactly the question is, but we in fact do send essays
Separately.
separately.
Okay.
The NSC takes whatever apps it gets from us and puts them all into one file currently and delivers it to the directory that's set up by the institution to collect their files. So for any type of app, that's true. If we were to separate out, say, grad apps from undergrad apps or international apps from U.S. apps, if we did that on our side, we'd still need, it's probably less work on our side than it is on the side of the institution and the NSC to decide how are you going to, if you want them in separate deliveries, how's that going to be? For us to divide them up is probably less of a big deal, and send them separately is probably less of a big deal than it would be to make sure your institution could receive them separately and the NSC could send them to you as separate files. That would be I could help with that, but that's really between the NSC and the institution.
Okay.
But I'm not sure exactly about the essays, where there might have been a confusion about that, or maybe we're talking about slightly different things, but the essays are set. Rebecca, that's correct, right? The essays are sent
That's
as
what I
we
thought.
get them separately in a separate file to the NSC, and then whenever they get there, I guess they're bundled with all the apps that came in the same day, but of course the essays may be to apps that were submitted before.
I'll forward you the email.
Okay, yeah, I would appreciate that.
To that point, I noticed that there was something on the admin side, but is there an option to receive applications more than once per day, or there is? Okay,
Well-
I saw there was something on the admin side, but I didn't know if that was.
There's not an option as in, I want to receive my apps more than once a day.
Right.
There's a way for an admin to go in and click a button that says, send me my apps now. And
All pending apps, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
that's where I-
no longer, not yet transmitted, but submitted. Now, of course, obviously, from the NSC's, you have, your window comes into play there, and whether you actually receive them right away has to do with how you're set up with the NSC.
Okay.
But that's a manual process. There's not something at this point to say, we want our apps sent at 2 o'clock and 7 o'clock.
Right.
Of every day.
Okay. And then my only other side on the technical side was there's currently in the admin site downloading the search results where you could, give me everybody that's saved, not transmitted, or, so on and so forth. It comes into, 2 different formats, which a way to get around the EDI issue that we're experiencing. I just didn't know if that could be expanded to where we could add more information in there, and then we could just use that as our file to load applications into our student information systems or our CRM.
I don't know how many, we'd have to look at what fields we're talking about versus compared to what fields are already there.
Right, okay. Well, I'll type all these up, but
Okay.
so we get some LOEs on that, but,
And then if you get them to us, then we can begin to do some research.
okay, great, thank you.
Is there anything else? Jane, do you have anything else that you wanted to add?
No, ma'am.
Today? Okay, well, I think we've actually had a great meeting today. I think most of us are exhausted.
I'm sorry, date for the next meeting?
Oh, date for the next meeting. Sorry. I was already going to tell you guys, bye. Okay, date for next meeting.
I've done a little looking in that
Okay.
Texas Counseling Association has a conference in early November, and then TACRO is almost immediately following that. And then this room is tied up for several days. Looking at that schedule, assuming we want to do it in November, the 19th appears to be the earliest date that is functional. That doesn't mean we can't look for other dates, but that's one that I know is available. In fact, I put a tentative reservation there, but I can cancel that easily if we want to go at another time. But I think last year, the second meeting was in November, and that's where I started from in trying to plan.
19th is a Thursday. How does that look for everybody? Decent? Okay.
Good.
Looks fine.
Great.
What's the date again?
November 19th.
Are you going to bring pumpkin pie?
No. You're welcome to. We'll enjoy it, but no.
Okay.
Did you want to still start at 9 o'clock? Is that still a good time?
If that works for
that work
everyone.
for
that's a
everybody?
good- yeah.
Okay.
I have a question about the end time.
About
What should we anticipate?
the end time?
I never can get it right every time that I
Yeah.
come to these.
And we don't know what to.
Is 4:30 the?
The 4:30 is a protection so that
protection
we have the
time?
room and we
Okay.
can talk as long as we want to.
I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah.
I wasn't going to anticipate. I'm going to.
Yeah, our problem is anticipating how much discussion on each topic and that kind of thing, so. We can narrow it, we can pull it back once we have an agenda set and have a better sense of that. It's also relevant, of course, for the people who are doing the broadcasting. They like to know how long it's going to go, but it's just very difficult to predict.
But this next one will have all the updates from all the subcommittees, so
Right.
I'm assuming
Yeah,
those
so that
always
should
run
be
a
a
little
good meeting.
longer.
Right, and any other updates that may come in via the TACRO listserv,
Right.
so.
Certainly
Then-
not
then-
asking to shorten it. I just wanted to make sure, just so I'm.
We'll just plan from 9 to 4:30, and then we know that the cutoff is 4:30.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, now, is that the last topic of the day? Wait, one more. All right, then, well, thank you all very much, and have safe travels, and we'll see you in November.
Thank you. Thank you for the brownies.
Thank you for the brownies.
dash 72. That other 1572 was the other.
Insane.